I call this meeting of the Davenport Community School District Board of Directors to order. Director Sherwood, would you please read our priorities?
Thank you. Davenport School Board establishes the following priorities to enhance the academic success of our students. Provide leadership and direction to improve the overall learning environment in our classrooms, schools, and district, including the health, safety, security, and happiness of students and staff. Second priority is to direct and support actions, programs, and activities which reduce the impact of poverty on our students, their families, and our community.
Thank you. Director Dickman, would you please read our mission and vision statements?
My computer isn't on yet. Can I borrow someone's? Our mission statement is to enhance each student's ability by providing a quality education enriched by our diverse community. And our vision statement is education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if?
Thank you. Superintendent Tate, we've got a showcase.
Yes, Mr. President, we have Wood Intermediate School. I call upon Principal Sherry Simpson Schultz to start us off. Thank you for being here.
I want to thank you for allowing us this opportunity to come and share some of the good things going on at Wood. I have brought a group with me, and I'm going to introduce them. What we're going to talk to you or share with you tonight is around the teacher leadership compensation thing that we're doing. We've kicked it off, rolled it out with our district. It was a large grant that we got, and we have new leads and mentor teachers in our building, and we're working on model teachers. I put a picture up because this particular program, or thing we're doing, Teacher Leadership Compensation, has made a tremendous impact at Wood. These are the new teachers at Wood this year. We have 22, I believe. They have a variety of experience, anywhere from fresh out of college to many, many, many years. And the trick every year is to take your new people and get everything up and running in 3 days. And our days are packed full of meetings and things to do. I'm not certain we could have done it as smoothly this year without this group of people. So I'm going to start off and introduce Andy Tadlock. He is our lead, and he is going to introduce people from there.
Good evening. The overriding philosophy of the TLC system is multi-pronged, but to boil it down, it's improving student learning required by improving the instruction they receive each day. There's no better way to do this than to empower our best teachers to lead the effort. Through the system, teacher leaders take on extra responsibilities, including helping colleagues analyze data, fine-tune instructional strategies, as well as one-to-one coaching and co-teaching. I'm on our BSAT, and as that committee, which aligns and prioritizes our academic progress at Wood, I also facilitate our data teams, coach other teachers. I'm a mentor to currently 5 teachers across the district, and I collaborate the work of 4 of our TLC mentors at Wood. As daunting as it may seem, helping to launch the school year with a great staff, with 33% of our staff being new to the building and some new to teaching, has been gratifying. This school year, Wood Intermediate welcomes 22 new teachers. The new staff comes from an array of backgrounds, some straight out of college, some of them launching second careers, some of them building transfers within the district, while others are new teachers to our district with prior experience. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you our TLC mentors from Wood Intermediate, who would briefly like to share with you how they've impacted our staff as teacher leaders. Amanda Madison, Jeremiah McMahon, Tracy Alderog, and Christy Toft.
Hello, I'm Amanda Madison, and as a mentor teacher, I participated in 3 trainings this summer. The first was our kickoff event called Learning to Live Above the Line, And the purpose was to teach us how to be aware of our thinking so that we know when it's working and when it's not working. And so this has helped me navigate through the first couple of weeks in my new mentor position. The second was Journey to Excellence, and we trained to provide support and guidance to new teachers at Wood. I've assisted my mentee in getting acquainted with school policies and procedures and the creation of a classroom management plan, and also help with planning and implementing lessons. And lastly, I learned how to use the TAP instructional rubric to provide all teachers with opportunities for ongoing professional growth. And I will use it through the semester to assist teachers with motivating students and managing student behavior.
Hello, I'm Jeremiah McMahon. My experience with the program has been incredibly positive. I wish that this program had existed when I had started teaching 10 years ago. I really think it's going to help improve teaching and retain teachers new to the profession. So far, it has allowed me to work closely with my mentee, who's a second-year teacher. I have been able to provide her with release time so that she can observe other teachers and work on improving her classroom management skills. It has also provided me with time to help other teachers who are new to the district with things like setting up their classrooms, help with Infinite Campus, and other building-specific procedures.
Hi, I'm Tracy Oldrog. I've had the chance to work with our SAM, Mandy Bowman, to help set up our new math intervention program that we started this year at Wood. We identified and placed students according to their results on last year's IO assessments. I've also helped teachers new to the RTI process to help write plans as well as identify resources and collect data for those plans. And I've also helped my year 1 and year 2 mentees with their learning projects that they have to do for their first 2 years of teaching.
Hi, I'm Christine Toft, and I brought a little artifact with me. This is something, prior to the school year starting this year, I reflected upon the things that I wish I would have known or I had to start my first year to make it smoother. And this is what prompted me to make this with the help of my colleagues. This is a welcome binder, and we gave this to all new teachers at Wood, whether new to the district or not. Every new teacher received one of these, and it was full of things that we thought first-year teachers need to know, want to know. They're on their minds, and this was an easy thing to access rather than fluffing through various emails and various notes that they took in their meetings. So things in here are like building procedures, lunch schedules, how-tos, like how to access your email at home, how to post grades, textbook inventory, of various other sorts of things. Also with my time, I've assisted teachers with their grade book and posting midterms without error. I've tested students using diagnostic reading screeners to help the reading teachers in our building. I provided coaching and gathering materials for various interventions. I've gathered resources for various curriculum or other needs of teachers to get their curriculum going. And I also seek out answers or solutions to questions that I'm not able to answer or match up colleagues to others that will be beneficial to each other. Thanks.
I have 2 additional people that I'm going to introduce, and these are 2 new teachers to our building. They're unique in that one comes to us with a lot of experience, and one is brand new, fresh, and I thought I would ask them to just share their experience. So, Leanne and Hillary? Are you flipping for who's going first?
Hi there. Do I have to speak into this? Yeah. Okay. Hi, and thanks for having us tonight. I'm Hillary. I am the visual arts teacher at Wood, and I'm a teacher with, I'm going into, this is my 8th year teaching, but I have to tell you, it really did feel like my first year teaching this year. And the reason for that is that I was switching states. I was coming from Illinois over to Iowa. I was switching very different school districts. I came from a rural school district to an urban one. And I was making the move from elementary up to junior high, and I was moving from a building with about 20 teachers in it to more than double that at Wood. And so, as you can imagine, it was quite a transition, and it certainly wouldn't have been as smooth of one if I didn't have my mentor teacher. And there are 2 particular things that that teacher helped me with. The first one is the administrative tasks And one of them touched on that a little bit with the binder. And I tell you what, that still sits right at the forefront of my desk, and it's something that I'm looking at almost every day or every other day still. And it helped with, you know, things like grading and scheduling and the things that, you know, the typical types of questions that you have that I didn't have to worry about because I had that right in front of me. And then the second one, of course, was classroom management. I'm in my 8th year of teaching, so I have quite the toolbox full of tools. But of course, I was coming from elementary, so I had to rearrange those tools a lot. And my mentor was really, really great at helping me figure out which tools to use during which class and how to manage them in order to have my students be as successful as they are. And I really feel confident that they are at this point. So thank you so much for having us.
Hi, I'm Leanne Beliveau, and I'm a first-year teacher at Wood Intermediate, and the mentoring program has just made the beginning of the school year a lot less overwhelming than I had anticipated. Before the school year started, my mentor came and helped me set up my classroom and come up with a classroom management plan that I felt confident and comfortable with so that on the first day we were ready to go. And I think the most important thing is my mentor has been able to answer all of the questions since the school year started. I think I've had probably over 1,000 questions, but I don't always know who to go ask and who to direct those questions to. So she has worked as a jumping off point for me, and she's been able to redirect my questions and just work with me on different methods of evaluation and assessments with my students and helped me get acquainted with the school and the procedures.
So that's kind of our presentation that we had for you. I don't know if you have any questions for us, or we have also asked Julie Heller to be here. She's the person who's kind of overseeing all of the district, and there's lots of time. They arrange meetings and send emails. They stay on top of us. They're a great resource. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments by the board? Director Crumwitty.
Nope. I have a few questions. First of all, the teacher leaders talked about training, and I'm curious about the training. Who does the training, and are all the district folks trained together? Maybe this is a Julie question.
She would be better probably to answer that one.
We had several training sessions that we took all of our teacher leaders through. Probably the most comprehensive was over this instructional rubric that we're using as a resource. That actually has a certification component that all of the teacher leaders are going through, and they'll be certified in this process. We have tried to eliminate the need for substitutes as much as possible. We really front-loaded this with most of our training this summer. We had 4 days over the first week of September, second week of September, in which our mentors and our leads had to do 2 days of training. But that's how we did that.
When you say we led them through training, did the district do that, or are you bringing outside people in to do that?
We've done a little bit of both. The above-the-line training that really established a foundation for culture and climate was an organization called Top 20 Training out of Minnesota. And we got raved reviews about everyone. We had 300 participants from Davenport schools there, and I just couldn't hear enough. They want more of that. Then we had the coaching leader, which was done through, we were finishing up our contract, as I understand, with Lead and Learn, and we had one of the best trainers from Lead and Learn come in, and they talked about different coaching models. Jim Knight, who's very popular right now. We did our own Journey to Excellence because we've kind of mastered that. Sherry Wilson led that. And then this rubric training was from national trainers that we brought in through the National Institute of Excellence in Teaching.
Okay. I know that we've had the mentoring program going on in Davenport schools for a number of years. So how does this new teacher leadership model interact with that mentoring? Are you working together. I know you mentioned Sherry, and Sherry's in charge of, I think that's her responsibility, isn't it?
Probably the easiest way to explain this is what Sherry's been in charge of, Journey to Excellence, is an induction model for brand new teachers. And now that is just one component of the mentoring job duties. That mentoring really, it's based in the fact that we're going to help anyone who struggles. For example, one year I was at one of the elementaries and 3 teachers from the middle school bid in. They were veteran teachers, but they were new to that elementary school and they needed to know how to find curriculum. What are the policies and procedures? So mentoring now is inclusive of much more than just induction, but we know that that induction component is solid and we're going to keep that in place. But now mentoring will help all career teachers who might struggle with areas.
Okay. Julie, how long is this grant for?
We are guaranteed this money for 3 years. It's rolling out in 3 pots of money across the state. All districts in Iowa have applied for it. I have been told repeatedly, because I repeatedly asked this money is slated to go into the general budget. And then it will be line itemed if they ever decide to do away with this program. So I'm sure they're going to be watching it closely. We have very tight measurement components in our program to show that it is working and helping.
That was the main reason for my asking the question, and I would encourage all the teacher leaders and the mentors out there that talked to us tonight, along with the administrator of the building, to have conversations with legislators because of the limitation of the grant for 3 years, and already there's some discussion about what's going to happen in 3 years, and is the district going to have to pick up that responsibility. So I really encourage you to talk to our legislators and let them know, your feelings about the program, how successful you think this is, and hopefully to continue to fund this. So, thank you. Good job.
Director Dickman.
Wanted to say that I'm very glad to see that the implementation seems to be going so well for Wood, and hopefully it's going so well around the entire district. And then also to compliment the teacher who came up with the binder idea and that the initiative. And thank you for bringing that to us, because then that's something that I think it sounds like it's being utilized, and maybe we can have that pass around the district.
Anybody else? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, Andy, question for you. You mentioned that you have 5 mentees outside of the building and 4 internal. That seems like a lot. Do you find you're
Right. Let me
able to give
explain
them-
that. The 3 of the 5 mentees, I'm substituting while another teacher's on maternity leave, or she's had her baby.
Okay, because that sounds like you're spread pretty thin to get that to do that
As a
effectively.
lead, you also have more release time.
Right. I teach
that works.
2 out of the 5 periods.
Okay,
So
so you're able to leave the building?
yes,
All right, good. It still sounds like a lot.
it is. It's
Yeah.
a lot, but it's well worth the cost. It's really valuable.
And one of the new teachers, either one is fine. I'd like a question about curriculum. You can use the mic on the end of the table there if you want, if it's easier for you. Yeah. Good. So you're a seasoned teacher, but as you mentioned elementary, so you're coming into a curricular area you're not familiar with. And I heard a lot of mention about support for assessment and support for classroom practice and so forth, but I didn't hear anything about curriculum. Who's supporting you in your curricular needs?
Well, I have had several meetings with my actual intermediate visual arts teachers that hold the same position as me throughout the intermediate schools. And we're currently redesigning our curriculum, and we actually have a meeting this coming Thursday also over at Williams, where we're continuing to talk about that and looking at it because, let's see, 4 of us are actually brand new this year. So it's kind of nice because we're looking at the curriculum, we're seeing what works, what doesn't, and then we're going to be meeting throughout the year in order to see, how we can make it most beneficial.
But you feel like you got support in that area.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
And you're not a first-year teacher, but this other young lady, but emotionally, you feeling supported in the building?
Yes, absolutely. This is the most team-like feeling that I've had since beginning teaching, and the most confident I've felt thus far.
Yeah, my first year was just killer, and I think most of us that was true. So I'm glad you're having that experience.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Director DeFau.
Well, as Director Sherwood read our priorities, climate, building climate and school climate is very important to us this year as a board and one of our stated priorities. So can you talk a little bit about that above the line component and how that impacts building climate? I think somebody referenced that.
You want to tell how you ran into the gentleman?
I was going to say above the line is my favorite thing to talk about, so I'm glad you asked. Paul from St. Paul, and his wife's name is Paula, came down to talk to us, and we were at Modern Woodman, which is a gorgeous facility. But, you know, so oftentimes we talk about curriculum and we talk about, you know, tests and Iowa assessments and that sort of thing. But this was just about, you know, seeing the glass half full. And, you know, understanding people and understanding yourself and understanding that your relationships are what's really important, and that's how we grow. And so he was able to do that for us, and he was really good. So I'm excited to hear that they may be coming back. That's it. Okay.
And she ran into him in the
I
airport
did
in
run
Vegas.
into him in the airport in Vegas, yes. But he was there for training too, so it was very interesting, yes. I was like, I know you. You're Paul from St. Paul, above the line. He's like, yeah. So it was really, really, really good. Yep.
Director Kluhl.
You know, it's nice to know that Davenport is a leader in so many ways in the state of Iowa. I think with our preschool program, we were out in front of the legislation. And I think, you know, with the teacher leadership program, we've been mentoring for years before this actually politically took place. So it's great. The concern that Director Crumwoody has, of course, with funding is very real. Anytime you have a grant-funded program, you have to wonder. And I know we're hopeful that this will become a line item, but I think Director Crumwoody's right. We're going to have to continue to push for that to make sure that that happens. And I was thinking of the Skills for Life thing that we used to have, I think, in the elementary schools. And one of the things around the top of the classroom was teamwork. And this is just an illustration of teamwork, because as we read our priorities earlier, and Director DeFau mentioned climate. School climate is one of the board's priorities. And remember that old T-shirt that mothers used to wear, said, "Mom ain't happy, ain't nobody happy." If teachers aren't happy, you know, we've talked about this in our committee meetings, nobody's happy. And so the efforts that are taking place with this mentor program are, I think, incredibly effective in terms of making teachers feel like they belong and building relationships, as somebody said as well. So I'm enthused with this teamwork. This is what I see is coming, you know, all the way through the district, from the board level down to the classroom level, and it's encouraging to hear that it's happening well.
Is there any, Director Snyder?
Mine's just a quick question. With the TLC program, what do you feel has that empowered you as a building administrator over just, say, the mentoring program that we've had in place before? I mean, what has this given you?
It's amazing. This is my 25th year in the district, and it's my 15th year as a principal. And at the middle level, I think if you look at the research, you would see that we do a lot of hiring at the middle level. Every year I'm hiring 9, 11, 15. I was hired in at the middle level. I was one of 15. We do a lot of hiring, and so I spend a lot of my time over the summer emailing these folks, talking to these folks, trying to get them up and running. But until the rubber hits the road that first week, You really don't, you don't really pay attention till it's right in front of you. And so, 15 teachers, I think we had 9 last year. I spent a lot of those first 4 weeks getting them up and going. How do you put your grades in? How do you set up your classroom management? How do you do all those things? I've had a team of people this year working on that, and it has given me the time to get other pieces of running a building up and running. And I've been in classrooms for days, weeks already. And I'm just one person in the building, and I have 60 teachers standing in line to see me, it seems like. They weren't standing in line this year. They had somebody they could go to. When they had a question, I had somebody I could direct them to. They have a title, they have a role, the people feel confident and comfortable going to them. It has just freed me up to do a lot of that other stuff. We've gotten going this year much, much quicker. And I would tell you the climate in the building is hugely different. There is a team spirit. There is a we're in this all together. And it's not just the new people that you saw on the picture. It's the whole group. We're all in it together. So it's been a really good start this year, and I give a lot of credit to these people. They've done a nice job.
Anybody else? I've been thinking about what you just said there, Sherry, about we're all in this together. I've been thinking about it a little bit differently, and so I won't spend too much time on it right now. But as a community, too, I think we've got to do a really good job for not only the students, but for not only the teachers, but our students as well. So thank you very much for everything you did, Sherry, and everybody, and Superintendent Tate. Is that the end of it? Thank you very much. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and recess this meeting, and we will reconvene at the close of the annual meeting. The annual meeting is a meeting that the board has to do once a year. It's just to take care of some things that have to be taken care of. So during that time, the secretary takes charge of the meeting in order to conduct some of the business. Secretary Carruthers, will you please come up to the microphone and do what needs to be done?
Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll start tonight with the election of officers. The first thing we need to do is nominate a temporary chairperson. As the board secretary, it is my responsibility to assist the board with the election of officers for a one-year period of time. I will first ask for a nomination for temporary chair to conduct the election meeting. Nominations do not need a second. May I have a motion for temporary chair?
Madam Chair, I move that Mary Carruthers be the temporary chair.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, the nominations are closed. Is it the consensus of the board to ask me, Mary Carruthers, to serve as temporary chair? All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, I therefore declare myself to serve as a temporary chair for the election of officers. Okay, now I'm going to explain the voting process. I will explain the rules of order for the voting process for the election of officers. If there is more than one nomination, the board automatically casts their votes for president and vice president by a signed written ballot. We will use the Roman system for this process if there is more than 2 people nominated. If there are 3 nominations for an office, there will be the first vote by written ballot, and the person with the highest number of votes will not be included in the second ballot. The second vote will be between those receiving the lower number of votes. The winner of the second ballot will then challenge the person with the higher votes from the first ballot. If there are 2 or more nominated for each, if there are 2 or more people nominated, each person will be given a few minutes to share the reasons why they should be elected to office prior to taking the vote. Following their comments, the written vote will be held using the rules discussed. Any questions? If there is only one nomination, are the remaining board members willing to cast their vote by a roll call vote or by a written ballot? I will call each of your names and you will answer either roll call or written ballot. If there is no consensus, it will automatically default to written ballot. Director Kluhl.
Roll call.
Director DeFaw.
Roll call.
Director Johansson.
Roll call.
Director Crumwitty.
Roll call.
Director Sherwood.
Roll call.
Director Snyder.
Roll call.
Director Dickman.
Roll call.
Okay, therefore, if we have only one nomination, we will have consensus by roll call. Okay, any questions? We're going to start with the election of president. May I have a nomination for the office of president?
Madam Chair,
Director Kluhl,
I nominate Director Johansson as president.
Director Johansson, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations for the office of president?
Director, I nominate myself for the presidency.
Okay, any other nominations for the office of president? Okay. What we will do then is have a written ballot for the office of president. When I hand you the sheets, then you'll just write down who you vote for, your name signed on the ballot. And then I'll fold them up and then I'll collect them.
There'd be an opportunity to speak.
Sorry. I will now call on Director Dickman to speak a few moments about why she should be president, and then Director Johansson will have the opportunity to do the same. Excuse me.
Thank you for the opportunity to state my part here. Last week we were just talking about what a great board we have, and I completely agree. I think we have a wonderful blend of experience and wisdom and new ideas and different perspectives. And I know that some of that will be leaving the board at the end of this year. And so to gain as much knowledge from those members that will be or might be leaving us, I would like to have the opportunity to take the presidency so that I can learn from those people and learn the procedural matters so that we do not end up with any sort of leadership void, and that we can continue to provide excellent service to our students. I'll be short and sweet like that.
Thank you, Director Dickman. Director Johansson.
It's an interesting question. There's so many things that are going on in our district, and there's so many initiatives, priorities. These priorities that we have, I try to think about every day, and the thinking about students, especially when we on the board understand the urgency that we have with respect to making sure that we're providing the right resources for all students to learn. I hope that I do a decent job in the leadership role here, and I would think that I would continue that as president. I should say that I am planning to run for the board next year. This has been a real issue. It's been a tough issue for me to think about over the last few months, because next fall is going to be a tough fall, I think, for our board, having 4 positions up for election and having 3 of those positions that will be definitely filled by somebody new on the board. And certainly somebody could, we may have a lot of people, and I may lose that election. But I do think it's important going forward to have as much, I think trying to stay the course, I guess, is what we've been talking about with respect to some of our initiatives, trying to make sure that we're following up on all of these. And I will say that I'll just do as good a job as possible, and you can expect that would be similar to how I've handled myself in the past.
Thank you, Director Johansson. Can I collect the ballots now?
Mm-hmm. You have to. Well, yeah, and then read them aloud.
Okay, I'm now going to read the ballots. Director Johansson, or I'm sorry, Director Kluhl voted for Director Johansson. Director Crumwitty voted for Director Johansson. Director Johansson voted for himself. Jamie Snyder, Director Schneider, voted for Director Johansson. Director DeFile voted for Director Johansson, and Director Sherwood voted for Director Johansson, and Director Dickman voted for herself. So we have 6 votes for Director Johansson and 1 vote for Director Dickman. So I now declare Ralph Johansson Board President of the Davenport School Board for the 2014-15 school year. Congratulations. All right, we're going to move on to the election of Vice President.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I nominate Rich Kluhl for Vice President.
Director Kluhl, do you accept the nomination? Yes. Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President? Director Snyder.
I nominate Director Crumwitty to remain as Vice President.
Director Crumwitty, do you accept the nomination?
I very much appreciate the nomination, but as Director Johansson has indicated, I'm going to be one of those people that are not running next year for re-election. So I have felt that it needs to be someone that continues to be on this board after next year. So I will not accept the nomination.
Are there any other nominations for the office of Vice President?
I will again nominate myself.
Okay, we will have a written ballot for the office of Vice President then. And this time I won't forget. Director Kluhl, would you like to say a few words about why you should be Vice President?
Well, it's great to have a depth of field and so many people with passion. I think that any of us could serve well as Vice President. Filling Director Crumwoody's shoes would be difficult, but not undoable, perhaps. I spent a lot of time on the board, and the rest of my cohort of school board members has, except for President Johansson, indicated that they will not be running. I've determined that at the end of my next 3 years, I too will call it a day. The board has come a long ways. I've seen a lot of things happen, and one of the most remarkable and the greatest things that's happened during my term on the board is coming to the point where we have established some very mature priorities for the board. And Director Sherwood read those earlier. I won't read them again, but I think it shows a sense of maturity of where this board has come from over time to arrive at those goals. They are very good and important and comprehensive goals. So I would like the challenge of leading the board forward in this next year as Vice President.
Thank you, Director Kluhl. Director Dickman.
Well, I guess I have very similar reasons to seeking the vice presidency as I did for the presidency. I've very thoroughly enjoyed this past year, learning a great deal of things, and there have been many hard choices, and they're just going to get more difficult as we face even more steep budget cuts. I feel that I can bring a different perspective and some new ideas to the board. We do have such a great wealth of knowledge, and there won't be any hard feelings either way. I seek the opportunity to learn and serve.
Thank you, Director Dickman. I'll now pass out the ballots. Okay, we have 6 votes for Director Kluhl and 1 vote for Director Dickman. And I will now read the ballots. Director Dickman nominated herself. Director Kluhl, or Director Crumwoody, Director voted for Director Kluhl. Director Kluhl voted for himself. Director Johansson voted for Director Kluhl. Director Schneider voted for Director Kluhl. Director Defoe voted for Director Kluhl, and Director Sherwood voted for Director Kluhl. So I now declare Director Kluhl as Vice President of the Davenport School Board for the 2014-15 school year. Congratulations. Now, it is my responsibility to administer the oath of office to the President and Vice President. Director Johansson. Please stand and raise your hand and repeat after me. I, Ralph Johansson, do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Iowa, and that I faithfully and impartially, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties of the office of School Board President in the Davenport Community School District as now or hereafter required by law. Thank you and congratulations. Director Kluhl, could you please stand and raise your hand and repeat after me? I, Richard Kluhl, do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Iowa, and that I faithfully and impartially, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties of the office of School Board Vice President in the Davenport Community School District as now or hereafter required by law. Thank you and congratulations to you as well. And I now turn the chair back over to President Johansson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And congratulations, Director Kluhl, Vice President Kluhl. Yeah, we're going to take 30 seconds and rearrange your two seats. Yep. I don't know if you need to switch computers also. All right, we're still in our annual meeting, and we will continue to address other items requiring action. May I have a motion regarding designation of financial institutions?
Mr. President,
Director Snyder.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation to adopt the following resolution. Resolved by the Board of Directors of the Davenport Community School District in the counties of Scott and Muscatine, State of Iowa, that the following named financial institutions are hereby designated as depositories of funds for said school district in amounts not to exceed the amounts hereinafter set forth, and the school district's treasurer is hereby authorized to deposit the Davenport Community School District funds in the amount not to exceed named for said financial institutions. And those financial institutions are Wells Fargo of Davenport, Iowa for $60 million, U.S. Bank, Davenport, Iowa, $60 million, Northwest Bank and Trust Company, Davenport, Iowa, $20 million, First Midwest Bank, N.A., Davenport, Iowa, $60 million. Quad City Bank and Trust, Davenport, Iowa, $20 million. Triumph Bank in Davenport, Iowa for $60 million. Bluegrass Savings Bank, Bluegrass, Iowa for $5 million. Buffalo Savings Bank in Buffalo, Iowa for $5 million. Walcott Trust and Savings Bank in Walcott, Iowa, $5 million. Iowa Schools Joint Investment Trust in Des Moines, Iowa, $45 million, and the Investors Management Group, IPAS, in Des Moines, Iowa, $45 million.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding appointment of 504 ADA coordinator for 2014 and 15?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I move that the board accept the administration recommendation to appoint Dr. Kendall Owa to serve as the Section 504 ADA coordinator for the 2014-15 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding annual resolution for payment of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the administration's recommendation on the annual resolution of payment of bills. The resolution reads as follows. Be it resolved that in between regularly scheduled board meetings, that after the bills have been reviewed by the board and verified by the administration, board secretary, and superintendent, the board president may be authorized to approve payment of claims and warrants drawn in the treasury for the several amounts, including payment of claims and salaries. Be it further resolved, the board will officially approve these warrants at the next regular board meeting, and the warrants will be entered in the minutes of record.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of legal counsel for 2014 and 15?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the administration's recommendation that the board approve the district to continue to utilize the services of Lane and Waterman LLP as legal counsel to represent the district as necessary for the conduct of legal affairs of the Davenport Community School District.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I just wanted to mention that while I've been on the board, I've been very impressed with the service we've gotten from this organization. The two attorneys that I've dealt with have been stellar, I think, in their work. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? I have to say a few things as well, because I end up working with several of the lawyers over there. Wendy Meyer in particular, we work with a lot. She helps us out with policy issues, with understanding a lot of things that happen. And there are others over there. Dick Davidson, of course, helps with some of the property issues, and there are others that help. But I agree. I think that as an organization and as individuals, I think Lane and Waterman and the lawyers that they have there have done a stellar job. Any additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. We've got annual settlement reports. Secretary Crothers.
Okay. In accordance with Board Policy 30402, Treasurer's Annual Report, a yearly account needs to be presented to the Board confirming the amounts in the general fund for the Davenport Community School District at the end of the fiscal year. All depositories or financial institutions designated by the board were contacted by the auditing firm of, is that Eide Bailey, LLP. The depositories were asked to have a representative confirm in writing the balance of deposits as of June 30th, 2014. The Secretary's monthly financial report was prepared by our accounting department for June 30th, 2014. The balances have been compared with the confirmations we received from the depositories. So I'll name the institution and then the amount. Bluegrass Savings Bank, both cash savings and checking investments is zero. Buffalo Savings Bank, zero balance for cash and investments. Northwest Bank and Trust, both cash and investments is zero balance. Quad City Bank and Trust, cash savings and checking is zero. Investments is $5,018,061.62. Total would then be the same, $5,018,018 $18,061.62. Let's see. Walcott Trust and Savings, or Quad City, or Walcott Trust and Savings Bank, zero in cash and savings, zero in investments, zero total. Triumph Bank, and this was formerly the National Bank, $32,507,482,000.87, and that's in cash and savings.
Mary, you need to reread it for the record. It wasn't, you didn't read it correctly. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't read this correctly?
That number, that 32 million for Triumph Bank. You need to just reread the amount of cash.
I have 32 million.
But you didn't speak it correctly when you read it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
okay. I think for the record, we have to have it read correctly.
Okay.
Sorry.
$32,507,482.87. And that is the total as well. First Midwest Bank, $18,517.52. Total $18,517.52. Wells Fargo, $46,582,505.35 in cash and checking, cash savings and checking, and investments is $7,958,486,000.17 for a total of $54,540,991.52. U.S. Bank.
Excuse me, Mary. I think you're going to have to read that one also. Sorry. In the last three digits, you're adding thousands sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, your 46 million was fine, but in the investments, you'd have to start reading there.
On Wells Fargo?
Yep.
Okay. $54,540,000.
Yeah, sorry. It's 46 million.
I'm reading the total.
Oh, but it was the one on the investments that was.
Oh, okay. $46,582,505.35. $7,958,486.17 for a total of $54,540,991.52. Okay. U.S. Bank, cash, savings, and checking, zero. Investments, $4,509.01. For the same total, $4,509.91. Investors Management Group, which is, the acronym is TELF, zero in cash, savings, and checking. Investments, $15,065,371.80 for the same total. And then Iowa Schools Joint Investment Trust, acronym being ISJIT, cash, savings, and checking, 0. The investments is $20,001,755.03 for a total of the same. So the total in cash, savings, and checking is $79,108,505.74. For the total in investments, it's $48,048,183.63 for a total of $127,156,689.37.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments or discussion on this settlement? Director Snyder.
Just one observation. Under U.S. Bank, there was investments of $4,509.01, and when that was carried over to a total, there's a 90 cents additional in there. It's only 90 cents, but...
Well,
I will make that correction.
which way would it be corrected?
I'd have to look. But in the minutes, it will be corrected.
Is that acceptable, Marcia? I'm not sure.
I'm trying to look at the total to see what it adds up to.
Oh, okay. Well, while Marcia's looking at that, any additional discussion or comments? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, and I know this was answered last year, and I apologize for having such a poor memory. But why don't we have more money distributed more evenly across these banks that are local banks?
Superintendent Tate or Marcia?
We're asking her to multitask here.
We always go out to the local banks. In fact, we go out to all of our banks and ask them to give us their highest investment rate. And so we try and always invest at the highest rate we can. We try and spread it around as much as we can, too, because sometimes banks can't take the money that we have to invest. And so as much as we'd like to put it in a local bank, they may have hit their limit, and so then we have to go to another bank. So there's a couple reasons we do it that way.
Does this system of yours benefit these mega banks over the more local, smaller regional banks?
Does it benefit them?
Yeah, because are they able to come in with a little more juice than the local guys might be able to, the smaller guys?
Not necessarily. The smaller local banks, it's usually a matter of they don't have the collateral that they can put behind the investments and the money that we want to invest. And, you know, from maybe their size then, you know, would be a hindrance to them. And sometimes we've even offered to split it down into smaller amounts for them to take. There just hasn't been an interest.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion? All right. Marcia, have you been able to figure that out yet?
No.
Well, why don't we set this aside? Do you think you'd be able to figure it out before the meeting ends? Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, and then we'll correct that settlement. I'd like to make sure it's correct before we end the meeting. The problem is I'm going to adjourn the annual meeting right now. Well, I'll figure a way to get back in and allow that correction. So,
President Johansson?
Excuse me, yes.
It appears that the final column, the total, is the column that's overstated.
By 90 cents.
I believe that's correct. So the $4,509.01 is the correct
Is
total.
correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're going to accept that for now as the settlement, and the total then will be $4,509.01 in the total column for U.S. Bank. And I imagine that'll translate then down into the final total 90 cents difference as well. Thank you very much. Okay, that will conclude the annual meeting, and the annual meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene our regular meeting, and we will get back into it with communications. Director Crumwitty, would you please read our upcoming events?
Certainly. October 1st, 4 p.m. Policy Committee in the Executive Boardroom. October the 6th, 5:30 p.m. Committee of the Whole meeting here at ASC, Jim Hester Boardroom. October 7th, 3 p.m. Legislative Advocacy Meeting, ASC Executive Boardroom. October the 8th, 6:30 to 8, Legislative Ice Cream Social, ASC, Jim Hester Boardroom. October the 13th, 6 p.m., regular meeting, ASC, Jim Hester Boardroom. October the 27th, 6 p.m., regular meeting, ASC, Jim Hester Boardroom. October the 29th, 6 to 7:30, Legislative Forum, Madison Elementary School, 116 East Locust Street, Davenport.
Thank you very much. We do have 3 open forum requests this evening. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak should fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to open forum. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. The Iowa Open Meetings Law prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. Excuse me. The president will set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak during open forum. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or community during open forum. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. We'll have 2 minutes tonight, and we have the 3 open forum requests, and you'll come up in this order. First is Christy Schaefer, next is Elizabeth Heston, and last is Charles Heston. Please come up to the microphone, give us your name and address for the record.
By the way, Director Sherwood, Southeast National Bank just acquired Buffalo Savings Bank, and we are locally owned and operated, and we would love to take on some of that money, so just FYI. My name is Crystal Schaefer, 402 Michelle Lane, Walcott, Iowa. I'm here tonight to talk about the changes in the Talented and Gifted program. This came in my mail on Friday, and unfortunately I had a busy weekend, and I was not able to look at my mail until Sunday. I feel ill-prepared tonight, so I've got a few notes. I hope I don't go over your 2 minutes, but what was the comment? Mom ain't happy. Mom isn't happy. In 2009, my son started kindergarten at Walcott Elementary School. I applied to open enroll. I was denied because the school district said that it would adversely affect the diversity of the Davenport school system. My children can go to Walcott School. We have had very successful opportunities there. Love the teachers. I am an involved parent. I am a member of the PTA. I teach JA. I am the Dad's Club coordinator. I am a coach. I am the former mayor of the city of Walcott. I am also a council person. I'm involved in Walcott Chamber. I'm involved in Walcott Day, which gives a heck of a lot of money for smart boards to Walcott School. That being said, my children know that the teachers are not babysitters. They know if they're going to get in trouble. It's old school like when I went to school. You better take care of it in school because when mom and dad find out, we're going to have problems. That being said, my kids are there to learn. Last year, my 4th grader, who's now in 5th grade, made the Talented and Gifted program in math. Well, guess what? You changed the rules. And he missed it by 1 question this year. Does that mean my 2 minutes is up?
Yep. Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Heston.
My name's Elizabeth Heston. I live at 2721 Jefferson Avenue in Davenport, and I'm here because some friends of ours have had a very unfortunate experience with this school district. The family lived in the inner city in the Central High School District and went to school there. They have been repeatedly harassed by other students. There have been windows broken at their home. They've been tormented going to and from school and at school. As a result, the family moved out of the Central District in the middle of the last quarter. They were not allowed to transfer because personal safety was not considered reason enough to move during the year. They did not finish the quarter. There were no questions from truancy officers. There was no question from the programs that try and keep kids in school. They were just allowed to flounder. When they went to register at West this year, they were told they lived in the North District and should go to the North District. They explained that members of the kids that were harassing them were also in North District, and they were told there are problems everywhere, deal with it. We didn't know where to turn to help them. I didn't know who to speak to, and that's something that needs to be addressed. There's no program for that. But we did call Bill Sherwood, and he was able to help us. But it took him 2 weeks of talking to Dr. Tate, to the school principal, to the high school administrator. 2 weeks before they could get these kids enrolled. These are kids that want to be in school. They were not trouble students. They were good students. They had no reason why they wouldn't let them in. So they didn't start school this year until September 12th. And if we had not fought for 2 weeks, they still would not be in school. And I request that you look very seriously into this matter and find out why anybody could or would do that in the school system to kids. I thought you were here to encourage children to get their education. And I would also request that there be procedures set up so that when people have a problem, they aren't calling 10 different people, all of whom say it's a teaching opportunity. They need an ombudsman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Next is Charles Heston.
We're related to each other. We're husband and wife, by the way. We would like 4 outcomes.
Charles, I still need your name and address.
I'm sorry, I'm Charles Heston, 2721 Jefferson Avenue in Davenport, Iowa. Thank you. We would like 4 requests, not really directed to our particular problems. We'd like the administration to investigate what happened and what went wrong internally. We would like the boys to get assistance in the catching up on the missed schoolwork. We would like there not to be repercussions on the boys for the balance of their education. And we would like there to be some appeal procedure that's known to everyone when there are differences of either of opinion or communication. The issue areas that we think are involved in our particular instance are attendance, truancy, registration mid-year and new year, and on and off site security. I'm a 1966 graduate of Central. Our kids graduated from Central. We're proud residents and taxpayers of the city of Davenport. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. And thank you, Crystal and Elizabeth also. Open forum is really important to us, and we do appreciate you bringing issues to us. 2 minutes may seem short at times, but we do have resources available, additional resources to speak with to address these. So thank you again for coming to our open forum. Move on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion?
Mr. President.
Director Crumwoody.
I move the consent agenda as presented by the administration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Director Crumwoody?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the following resolution as recommended by the administration. The resolution is as follows. Resolved, all claims presented to the board having been duly certified as correct by the secretary, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they're hereby audited and allowed as just claims and warrants drawn in the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolve, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented for the periods of September 4th, 2014 through September 17th, 2014. Two bills that were mistakes were number 320456 in the amount of $1,698.78, payable to CenturyLink, and that was the wrong amount. The second check being number 320497 in the amount of $159.45, payable to Kathleen K. Feltz, and that was made out to the wrong vendor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Crumwoody?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Superintendent report.
Mr. President, I'd like to relinquish my time to our student board members, and we'll start on my left, your right, with Rachel.
Hello. Right now at North, we are kicking off, this is a week of the blood drive. So this Friday, September 26th, will be our blood drive. To help prepare for it this year, some leaders in student council went to a Mississippi Valley Regional Blood Center workshop at Augustana. And we learned some improvements for advocation to get people to donate, and also adding to the promptness of the donation process, emphasizing especially on recovery time and seeing who needs to recover longer and getting them back to class sooner. Another thing that's pretty cool that's going on is participants of the fall play for Children of a Lesser God, they're currently learning sign language. The play includes sign language, so most of the cast and tech and crew are learning that as well. And those play dates are November 7th through the 9th, and then we also will be taking it to Thespian Festival at UNI the next week. So that is fun.
Okay, am I talking into it? All right, I can hear myself now. So right now, last year we got our our new music wing, and so we have a new band room, orchestra room, and a choir room. But we've been lacking our speakers and projectors, and we were supposed to have gotten them last October. So we still haven't gotten them yet, and we were kind of wondering where they were, if you guys had any answers to that. And then also, we have a masquerade concert coming up for the orchestra students, and we are combining with Wood Intermediate, and we're going to do a joint concert with them. And it's kind of to bring them into North and kind of show them what it's all about. And we all dress up in costumes, and we invite you guys to come. It's on October 9th, so it's the day after the ice cream social.
Hello. This week was our homecoming week, and it was a huge success. Thursday we had our homecoming parade, and for the first time in a large number of years, we had a bonfire, which was really interesting. And we're really kind of proud of the student council for pulling it off all safely and everything, so no one got hurt, and that's great.
West's Drama Club is currently beginning rehearsals on their fall musical Grease, which will be the closing main stage production at this year's Iowa State Thespian Festival.
Also at West, we are getting ready we're starting our hunger drive kickoff sort of stuff. So our first time going to the feeder schools will be Wednesday, and then next weekend we have a fun run planned to help raise food and money for to help West win the hunger drive.
As I was talking to Director Snyder about before the meeting, we had 6 girls on the dance team at Central try out for the All Iowa dance team, and we had all 6 of them make it. We've never had that happen before, so we're real excited. Show choir choreography week starts next week, and that'll be, after school for about 6 hours every day, the whole week, to prepare for the upcoming season. And then the environmental cleanup day we had was on September 19th, and we had a bunch of volunteers just come to the school, clean up the grounds, pick up trash, and just help make sure that everything is clean and environmentally safe. And I was talking to other members of the garden club that we have going on at Central with the committee that got the club built, and they were wondering if there was a time that they could come and present or just show how far we've come and what we have and what we've done. And so I guess that would be my only question for them.
Our homecoming theme is Mardi Gras. That's in 1.5 weeks now. Our school play is The Giver, and it will be taking place October 16th. That was just announced. And then our JROTC was awarded $1,000 from the American Legion.
Thank you very much. Good report. And Mr. President, that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Sherwood.
Can I ask a question to the board members, student board members?
Sure.
Your laptops, do you guys have board docs on there, or what are you looking at?
Yeah, we've got board docs.
You have board docs on there. And they're all your individual computers, I see. They're not? These are district computers? They are.
Well, somebody brought their own, but we have got 4 Chromebooks.
Okay.
One for each
And the
school.
Chromebooks work fine for you guys? Good. Oh, and by the way, I just want to mention I was at a wedding with Mrs. Bosco, one of the associates at the North High School, and she went on for an hour and a half about homecoming and how incredible it was, and how you had masses of people through the neighborhoods, and you guys were just unbelievable, and how proud she was. So I think it's safe to say that there's a lot of pride at North now, and it's a neat thing to see.
Thank you very much. Move on to other items requiring action. We have a motion regarding approval of contract for SAI services for consulting SAMS.
Mr. President,
Director DeFau.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation and approve the contract for $72,262.50 for the School Administrators of Iowa, or SAI, services for consulting SAMs, which are school administrative managers.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
Is this the funding for the actual positions, or is this consulting and training?
This is only the consulting, and mainly it talks about the technology part of the services we get through SAI.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Crumwitty.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm curious about the funding. The $72,000, is that any grant? Are those grant dollars at all, or does that come directly out of the general fund?
Well, I'll ask Dr. Owa to come forward and talk a little bit about that, and see if there's any other questions you might have about.
So the SAM initiative is dual funded. Half of the cost is out of our Title I set aside, because we do have 16 SAM teams, 11 SAMs are in our title schools, and the other 5 teams are funded out of the Title II and DINA funds for the district. So all self-funding from the Title I set aside.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood. Yes. My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of Unity Point at Home contract?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I move the board accept the administration recommendation to approve the contract with Unity Point at Home for skilled nursing services for $50 an hour for RN and LPN.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of change order for Truman remodel project?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the administration's recommendation that the board approve the change order for Truman School remodel in the amount of $31,959.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Kluhl.
Just a question for Mr. Maloney. Looking at the word acidization, and since we're not working in a closed system here, we're working in an open system with wells, I'm just concerned about the environmental impact. It sounds pretty rough.
It sounds pretty rough, but the process is to inject some acid into the well and then retrieve it later. So what happens is when these wells don't produce enough water, the acid is injected into the well, and it dissolves some of the strata there that where the water comes in to the pump area where it's pumped out. Then that acid is retrieved from the ground and rinsed out and so forth with a bunch of water, and that's properly disposed of and so forth.
Oh, so it was all contained then and taken out.
Right, it's put in and then it's taken out.
Okay. Truman has quite a bit of area there. I'm curious, is there a breaking point? Was there enough land there to do laterals versus wells? Is there an economic breaking point at some point that says, you know, wells aren't the right alternative or lateral fields are?
Well, there are kind of two different systems, a reinjection system and a lateral well system, and I can't speak. I just don't know the answer to your question. I can find that out for you if you like.
It's a curiosity. I can check that out. Thanks, Mike.
Any other discussion? Director Snyder.
Since our building is occupied as well as, you know, there's houses and stuff not too far from there, I'm assuming that acid doesn't cause a inhalation type problem or something within the school or in the area around there?
Oh, no. This is all very carefully done under a DNR permitting process and so forth. Compliance is strictly regulated, and this is all very well contained.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of change order for district-wide security cameras?
Mr. President,
Director Snyder.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the change order for district-wide security cameras in the amount of $84,178.46.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
I was looking over the documents earlier, and I'm curious as to why these areas, why it wasn't seen in the original plan that we would need this much more. I could see a smaller area being overlooked, but this seems like a fairly significant amount that was not included in the original proposal.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of recap in the total of these projects for you because they had been approved in multiple pieces over, a year and a half or so. So this 81,000 is part of, for the secondaries, intermediate and high schools is a total of about 1.1 million. When the original layouts were designed and so forth and installed, an engineering firm or the engineers from a firm did that work. After these are installed, this has commonly been my experience that the schools find that there are many areas that they can't see that they want to see, or perhaps parking is added when it wasn't in the original scope and so forth. I should also mention that this entire security camera system, the DVRs associated with it, the bandwidth it requires and so forth, is really quite robust. It's been a substantial investment, but I think the schools are very happy with it because it gives them a really excellent observation of everywhere they wanted to see. But my experience is commonly after the initial installation, folks find out that there are all kinds of things they can't see that they'd like to see, and so they ask to have some additional cameras. And we found the same thing at the middle schools. There's a change order that will be brought for approval later there, and I'm anticipating that we'll probably have the same thing with the primary schools, and that project is under development. You've already approved the camera piece of it. We'll be going out to bid for the wiring piece of it here in a few weeks.
I appreciate that the video cameras are very useful tools, and especially when we have so many incidents of bullying and things like that, to be able to have a record that is unbiased. As we move forward, being able to look at the whole number, I think would help us consider when we're weighing where dollars are spent, so that we can better understand what before, instead of just piecemealing it, we can understand what we're really getting into.
Additional discussion. Director Sherwood.
Are these additions going to impact any of the other projects that we have underway?
No, they have actually been pretty well integrated with the different projects that have been underway, and where there have been renovations or the big projects like Truman. Well, Truman hasn't happened, but for the security camera keys. But all of these, because there are a couple of different contractors involved, one that does the wiring and one that does the actual installation of the camera equipment and the DVRs, and there's a lot of involvement from LIS, our information technology folks, and so there are kind of a lot of moving parts to it, but it's been very well integrated.
And the equipment that's being replaced, does that have any value? Are we marketing that? What's happening with that?
Gosh, I don't know the answer to that. There have been a few kind of small systems that were individually bought at a couple of schools that I'm aware of. And those will be, I don't know what will happen to the equipment. It will go, I presume if it's got any value, it will go to our procurement folks who run an auction and other disposal methods to get rid of surplus equipment.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
I think it's incumbent whenever a board member has a divergent opinion from the rest of the board, as you'll soon find, that board member speak up about their position. And I think we've got a whole new school board here, and this is something that I don't know if you might have an interest in, but I just want to explain real briefly, because the board has heard me go through this on a number of occasions, but I want to explain real briefly why I will vote no on this particular motion. The board clearly, as all parents and everybody in Davenport community, wants the best thing for kids, and we want our kids to be safe. Clearly, this video camera equipment is going to provide the opportunity to point out active shooters, if that should ever happen, and we can't say that it won't. Also, there's the opportunity to identify students who have been involved in various types of events that are illegal, improper, inappropriate. Granted, those things are there. But the reason that I'm voting no on this is because I believe there's a slippery slope here in terms of privacy, of dignity to students, and also expectation. This particular motion is to increase the amount of funding for this project based on the fact that the high schools were unable to view all of the areas that they wanted to. So this provides additional coverage. My concern is the dignity. I mean, we have video cameras in prisons. We have them in courthouses. But this is a schoolhouse. This is an area where we're trying to teach students to be responsible, to empower them to make the right decisions. And that this slippery slope I'm talking about is probably tied up in the word expectation. If you have some adult that is watching your every move in school, how does that empower you to take responsibility yourself to do the right thing? To me, that decreases the level of expectation on your part, and it teaches students the wrong thing. And I think part of our education is not only curricular, it's social engagement, it's responsibility. So as we're looking at a $2.2 million investment up front for all the schools, and that, by the way, is just the beginning, because there's going to be improvements, there's going to be repair, there's going to be technology that's going to change. And so this is a $2.2 million investment, which I think could be better used to help students and staff to learn how to be responsible for their behavior. So in some ways, it's not the right question. What can we add on? What can we add? What can we add? I mean, if we further this thing out, drones, are we going to have cameras on teachers? I mean, think about what is next after you're gone and graduating from college. We'll be talking about what's next. So just simply, that is why I will be voting no on this particular issue. And if any of the student school board members have any thoughts, either way, I think it would be highly appropriate to hear from you.
I'm just curious. We don't have very many cameras at Central, at least not that I know of.
Big Brother is out there.
I was just curious is it common that bullying has been, intervened with or stopped because of the cameras? Because I just haven't heard of that. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, I can certainly speak just in general about some of the discipline issues we have, and cameras have really been able to get to the heart of matters very, very quickly, and some very serious matters that involve things that, bomb scares and so forth. So how much it's missed, I don't know, but it has helped us in a lot of cases to quickly solve issues, to get to the heart of things, to make sure that we can allay everybody's fears about what's going on. So that's much as I can say.
Sherwood. But it's Katie.
Oh,
all right.
As Luke said, I don't really notice the security cameras, or I don't know. Sometimes they do, like when we have dance and like one of us does something dumb and we're like, oh, you're on camera. But I guess I was just curious as to how much of the schools, or like how much area is not covered by security cameras, because I feel like the hallways and the gyms and the main parts have the coverage, but I don't know. I guess I just maybe haven't paid enough attention, but I guess that's my question. How much do we not have covered, and is it really necessary to get this, if it's like a small area or not a very well-used area, is it important to get that covered with the cameras?
So people need to know right off the private areas, bathrooms, locker rooms are certainly not covered. And maybe you can talk about some that were left undone that this will purchase if you know of any.
I don't know at any particular school the particular areas. Generally, I know that it's when they say, gosh, there's an area here down this corridor or in this corner where we know we've had discipline problems and we're unable to see that, and that's where we'd like the additional coverage. I don't think that any of our building administration has asked for additional cameras that they really didn't think were necessary to get coverage of areas that they felt like would be or have been problems.
Olivia.
I know at West, I feel as though we are over-covered to some extent, because I know in some intersections of the hallways there are 3 cameras facing almost the exact same way. It's not like a 3-way intersection. It's just going 2 ways, and there's 3 different cameras in that same intersection, and that's at multiple spots in West, and I feel as though, I mean, it's unnecessary, but I mean, I suppose I don't see it from the administrative point of view, but as a student, I feel like it's an invasion of privacy almost, to some extent, just because I feel like we don't need to be watched so closely. And there's also teachers out in the hallway that are watching as well. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Bennett, did you have something?
I did. I'd like to also point out that the cameras that we do have at North, we don't have too many everywhere, but we do have them, and the students know where they're at. And so I think it was Director Kluwel who said something about bullying, or was that Director? That was Miss. I don't know. One of you guys said something about bullying, and it can be just such a subtle little thing that can go completely unnoticed on a camera, and the students do know where the cameras are, so they can't avoid them.
Cindy?
So I kind of had this experience before, not with bullying, but when I went to Wood, my locker was stolen, like my property was stolen from it. And we have cameras down the hall, but they weren't useful because the kids broke them. So in a way, you're just giving away money to have kids break the cameras, and it just doesn't seem very useful. I feel like you could use them for something better.
Katie?
This is going off of what Olivia said a little. Last year I took a class at West, so I guess I've had both the West and the Central experience. Coming from both perspectives and seeing both ways the school works and how the hallways run, West does have more security cameras, but I mean, you don't really see teachers out in the main hallways as much, and you don't see the security guards going through and making sure that the students are getting to class. And at Central, I mean, we have our security guards walking down with megaphones telling us, all right, let's go to class, and teachers are constantly in the hallways to make sure that we're where we're supposed to be. So I think we could also enforce a little bit of that instead of security cameras constantly everywhere, because I mean, it seems to work. I guess I don't really know about all the trouble that goes on in Central, but from what I see in the hallways when I walk through and the teachers are there to help make sure that things are going smoothly, it works okay.
Okay. Director Sherwood?
Yeah, I worked with these things for at least 10 years, 5 years in a role where we used them to analyze problems. And more often than not, they're used to protect students as well as find wrongdoers. We have people that are accused of stealing things out of purses and so forth, lockers you mentioned, and these cameras are just as likely to find those people innocent as they are guilty. So rather than having someone accused and going through that whole process, these cameras resolve that very quickly. They also find out who the aggressor was in a fight situation. You know who the first person that throws a blow off these cameras. You're able to tell lots of things and resolve lots of things to get to the justice part of this thing very quickly by these things. And these additional new cameras have the kind of resolution that you are able to tell. And I worked at Kimberly Center for 25 years. We never had a single camera disabled, so I'm a little surprised about Wood having that issue. But if that is the case, that's something that Mr. Maloney needs to know about and to defend. But I'm not sure that's a widespread issue. These cameras, as I say, more often are there as a help to students than they are any kind of big brother kind of thing. And it really cuts down on the time involved and who said what and who said who and so forth. And you get a parent that's very upset and their kid is absolutely innocent. And you walk them in front of that monitor and show them that camera, and pretty soon you've got a changed parent who's looking at this thing completely differently. So it resolves a lot of issues that we deal with every day in the schools. It's not the best thing. Best thing is have every teacher in the hallway every day, which I agree they should be, and as well as the security folks. And if they're not out there, they're not doing their job as far as I'm concerned. But teachers do get tied up talking to students and things like that, so everybody can't be in the hall every period, but the majority should be out there. And if they're not, we need to push that as well. But overall, these things are going to resolve a lot more problems than they create.
Luke?
Just a quick question. Do they get sound? I was just curious. Do the cameras collect sound?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to investigate. Principal McKissick is saying no.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. Director Snyder.
One other side of this security camera thing that you have to look at is it's sort of like having insurance. You kind of hope you never have to use it, but if it comes a time where you do need it, you're glad you have it. We're in a completely different world now, unfortunately. There's so many things out there, that we deal with all the time. And I think there really is no better means right now to provide security in our schools than cameras. And again, it's something you hope you never have to access one, but if you do, you're glad you have them. And these new higher resolution ones really make a world of difference. And I know of a couple incidences offhand, as Dr. Tate alluded to, that were very huge incidences that these cameras warded off in minutes. And they're something that we need.
Director Dickman.
I really appreciate all the anecdotes and the stories because it does help us understand how you guys feel about the cameras. My personal assessment of it is that we don't want you to feel like you're being watched. We don't want you to feel like it's a security state, police state. I know I went back to visit my high school at one point, and they not only had cameras, but they had the video monitor right there to show you that you were being watched. And I found that very creepy, and we don't want you to feel that way. We want to have them, like Director Snyder said, as the insurance policy, so that we can identify, hopefully, if something has gone wrong, or also prove someone's innocence if they or been falsely accused of something. The slippery slope that Director Kluhl mentioned, ironically, we are seeing people wearing video cameras. We're seeing on police, it's a national conversation on whether or not police should wear cameras, and there are definitely a lot of privacy issues to be discussed and things like that. And I hope that conversation will be continued, because I think that the direction that we're going in is that we will see more surveillance, as that is the world that we're in, and lack of privacy. And then I hope you will all keep us engaged in ways to keep information private without compromising security.
Director Defoe.
And something that just occurred to me that I'm sure that many people aren't aware of is there are very strict policies regarding who has access to that video. Not everyone in the building can access that. You have to have specific reason to see it. It's very limited and it's contained. And I would venture a guess that your privacy is more in jeopardy due to these things than it is your security cameras that are installed in the buildings, quite honestly.
Any additional, Director Crumwitty?
I too appreciate your concerns that you've brought forward as students, because so many times we do not hear from other students, and I appreciate that. But like Director Sherwood, I can also speak from a little experience in the past. I happen to be a principal that didn't have cameras in the school. And if we would have had cameras, we would have avoided a lot of break-ins. One evening, for example, the windows at Truman School cost $4,000 a piece, and there were 10 of them broken out in one evening. Lots of stuff stolen out of the school. And then I had experience with cameras in the buses, and it eliminated many busing issues in this district, at least for me as a principal. So there are two sides of the story, but I think overall it's a good thing for our schools, and certainly the feedback has come back from our principals in the buildings, and they deal with those issues every day. And so I certainly honor their judgment and their request. So I think it's a good thing.
Director Snyder.
Just one more question for Mr. Maloney. If I'm not mistaken, also just for clarification, there are not cameras in classrooms, correct? They are only in common areas?
I believe that's the case.
I think so too.
Any other discussion? Director Cluel.
Just the last comment. I really do appreciate your chiming in on this because you are the students and you are the student school board and you've heard these folks up here talk, we've heard you speak, and you've heard it before. I mean, the wonderful thing about democracy is that, we're able to speak our dissent. And it may not carry the day, but we're able to speak it, and that's a very valuable thing. So I appreciate your thoughts.
Anything else? I've got a couple of things. First, it struck me that I hadn't really paid sufficient attention to you school board members during the first part of the meeting. And so oftentimes one of our board members, like Director Cluel, will ask in something like this, what do you think? And it gets me back to focus on you, which is really, really important. But I wanted to say, if I'm just flying through stuff and something is really important, go ahead and interrupt me. All right. Second, as Director Cluel started talking about this, I thought, what does that have to do with our priorities of reducing the effect of poverty on education, or what does it have to do with improving the climate in our buildings? Because we're trying to focus our time and attention on these priorities, I decided that it did have to do with climate, and so I decided to go ahead and say a few things about it. One of the things that I was struck by is the total amount. $2.2 million is a lot of money, Mr. Maloney.
Indeed.
So then, and I guess I didn't understand that cost way back in the beginning, and I know that was even before your time here. But then you said something tonight that I was unaware of. You said wiring is going to be additional expense.
It is included in that total of $2.2 million, but it has been packaged separately from the cameras themselves. And so you've made some contract approvals for wiring and some contract approvals for cameras several times. It wasn't all in one big package.
All right.
And
Can
that's
you,
what I was.
and I don't have our long range plans here. Does it fall under long range plans or Pebble or what?
Yes, the $1.1 million that is scheduled for the primary schools is currently in that schedule in Pebble.
Is all of the 2.2 million in Pebble then?
The first 1.1 is nearly completely spent, and it has been in combination, I believe, of Pebble and Save.
Okay. What about, have you estimated or guesstimated the operating expense for all these cameras?
I have not.
Can you give me a guess?
Once installed, they're relatively low maintenance unless they're damaged or vandalized or something like that. They don't require a lot of physical maintenance. There's no routine fans or condensers to clean or anything like that. So most of the maintenance is when we want to relocate one or move one because we're doing something else. But in terms of routine maintenance, it's very little. There is some list support for the software system because it is quite robust, and some training, of course, for staff and things like that that have to happen in order to effectively use the software. But it's what you've invested in is really a robust, a really good system, high resolution, takes a lot of bandwidth, so it takes a lot of cabling and so forth. But the ongoing maintenance once it's installed is quite low.
And then my next question's if they get into confidential information or something, just don't answer them. But I was curious then, are you recording at every building?
The system doesn't record when it doesn't need to. And So there is recording going on at every building, and those records are purged periodically. They're only kept for so many days and so forth.
Okay, and then is there immediate access to the cameras in case of emergency without going through the recordings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the building administration can go and look at them real time, or can go and very quickly retrieve what happened 10 minutes ago or something like that.
And can somebody, whether it's administration or anybody, is it capable then of remote access to those cameras as well in real time?
I believe that is the case, yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Any additional questions? Director Dickman.
Just for our student school board members, the Pebble and Save funds that he's referring to are for physical, plant, and levy. Marcia, correct me if I'm getting these wrong. And you're going to have to help me with the acronym for the other one.
The PEPAL is the Physical Plant and Equipment Levy, and the SAVE is Secure and Advanced Vision for Education Fund.
And so those are the funds that we do things like building improvements or bus leasing through. So when we're talking about spending money out of those funds, it's not the same as the general fund, which is where the upkeep comes out of. So when we say things like we have to cut $4 million out of the budget, you can't say, oh, well, just don't do the security camp, or you don't do this, that, or the other thing, because that's not coming out of the same fund, so it won't do us any good. Just thought I'd clarify that for you guys.
Thank you. Director Kluhl.
Just curious, with the city having their current go-around with Emice Park and the cell tower out there, talking about its use for police purposes, I was just curious, is there a way for the police to get a live feed of our cameras?
I would have to check this particular system. I don't know the answer to that. It is common in many other systems like this that I've installed. The police are able to log in to the system. That requires some licensing arrangements between the district and the police department and so forth. Whether that's possible with our system, I don't know without checking for you, but I suspect that it probably is.
I'd be curious to find out.
Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
No.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is approval of superintendent goals and professional development plan. Superintendent Tate, do you want to do anything before we start the motion?
Either way.
Yeah, let's get the motion on the table. May I have a motion regarding the approval of the goals?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the superintendent goals and professional development plan for the school year 2014-2015 be approved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I just want to make a recommendation to Dr. Tate that every year the Clemson University, the National Dropout Prevention Network organization, has a conference that is a national conference that is, I consider maybe the top conference on poverty and at-risk students in the nation. So I'd highly recommend that to you.
Who is that?
The National Dropout Prevention Network
Did
Conference.
you say Quincy?
It's from Clemson University.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director Dickman.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Tate for I can see it reflected in these goals that he took to heart a lot of the things that the board directors said when we met with him about these.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
At the board's last committee of the whole meeting, we talked about the importance of making sure that the public knew what was coming down the pike in terms of budget cuts. And Director Dickman talked about the issue coming up as well. One of the goals is for the superintendent is to provide budget reduction recommendations to the board of directors, which will result in an unspent balance of at least $8 million by the end of the school year 2016-17. On the surface, that might seem fairly innocuous. We're going to do better in terms of our savings account, but what it means to get there is that we're going to make some tremendous cuts over the next couple of years to make that happen. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to let student school board members and the public know that the cuts that are coming up are going to be very serious. And we talked about legislative advocacy before with teachers, but we all need to be advocates in terms of making sure that our legislators know that we need sufficient funding for our schools. And right now, it's not. So there'll be more on that later. The Legislative Advocacy Committee, as you saw in the upcoming events, has a couple of events coming up, and we're going to use those as springboards to make sure that our legislators know that we are not well equipped in terms of funding to support your education.
Additional discussion. I don't feel quite like calling for the vote yet. Superintendent Tate, do you have anything to say about these goals?
Well, I'd like to just mention for those that may not be able to look at them, it was a result of my evaluation followed by a workshop with the board and then followed by discussion about both board objectives and my objectives, and we decided they certainly need to be aligned, and all the board agreed that we needed to, all students must realize at least 1 year's growth in math and reading as evidenced by the Iowa assessments. And a second goal, each of our subgroups will increase reading and math proficiency, and the achievement gap in math and reading between Euro-American students in each subgroup will decrease as measured by the Iowa assessments. And then the budget reduction that Vice President Kluhl just mentioned. Additionally, required by law as well as by common sense is that a superintendent must have some plans for the way that he or she will develop in the coming year. And what I have indicated was that I wanted to have certain areas of development such as in poverty and getting a better understanding of dropout rates and how we can work within our system to reduce dropouts. And so I've just indicated several things I need to do, and I haven't said exactly how we'll do it because it will actually be conferences and books of opportunity that I see. So I rely on the board anytime, such as Director Sherwood did, to give me ideas of things that you see. So that's all I have to say. And again, I appreciate the board working with me to align our goals.
Any additional discussion? Director Snyder.
I just have one comment that, the first goal that's stated says all students will realize at least 1 year's growth in math and reading as evidenced by scores on the Iowa assessment. One of the first things you learn, in business or in any walk of life is that the first criteria of a goal is that it has to be achievable. And as much as this is, the drive why we're all here, we do not live in a perfect world. I do not see how this goal is going to be achievable, and right off the bat, we're setting him up for failure on this one. I just have a problem with the way it's worded. I realize that this is a government mandate, so therefore we should adopt, this as a goal. But realistically, this is not achievable.
Any additional discussion? Well, I've got a few things. First off, of course, in business, I look at a lot of this stuff as well. And from my perspective, I do believe it's achievable because it has to be done. I can't imagine when Director Snyder was talking, going through my head was something like all students will realize at least 75% of 1 year's growth. I thought, now that would be a really bad goal because that would be less than what you, I mean, I can't even fathom how to expect less than 1 year's worth of growth in a year. And we've talked about high expectations before. So I understand the thought process, but it says at least 1 year's growth. And so I feel pretty strongly about that one. And I guess part of what I've been thinking about is that I've been on the board for about 11 years. And it's difficult because we, the board, are responsible for all these things as well. And the superintendent reports to the board, and all of these issues, at least 1 year's growth in math and reading, that's our responsibility as well. Each subgroup will increase reading and math proficiency and decrease the achievement gap. My goodness, we've addressed that for years and years. Whether we've focused on it enough, I don't know. And then the budget reduction issues, we've wrestled with those for years, but yeah, it's like this year is about it. We've got to buckle down and do it. And I think 3 goals feels like about the right number of goals. I wouldn't want any more. I think it's too bad that there's such, I don't even know how to describe them. Huh? It's that they aren't, I guess what I would say is that they aren't exciting goals to me. In business, I have the opportunity, because of what I do, I can set all sorts of exciting goals. And maybe some of the excitement is in the professional development targets. But it's not going to be exciting doing this budget reduction. And these others, if we attain these goals, especially the second one, I think that will be cause for a lot of celebration. But they're things we have to do. They're high priority issues, and I support them. But as a board member, I got to tell you, these are tough, and I think it is every one of our responsibilities as well to focus time and attention and thought and resources and whatever it is that we can do, because we ask ourselves the question once in a while, personally, have I made a difference? Am I making a difference? We sit up here for hours and hours and hours and debate things, and it comes down really to student achievement. And are we making things any better? So I just wanted to say those things. I support the goals. I appreciate everything that the superintendent has done to develop these goals and professional development targets. Katie.
I just wanted to comment on the first goal. I guess I agree with Director Snyder, and I don't think the problem with the wording of it is the at least 1 year's growth. I think it's the all students, and the problem is getting all the students engaged and to stay in school and to keep up with their work. And I also think part of the problem is how the measuring of a year's growth is with just the Iowa assessments, because I know a lot of people, they won't try very hard on the Iowa assessments because it doesn't affect their grade, or maybe they just had a bad day, or they had a bad test day, or I can take the same test twice and do worse the second time. So I think it'd be better if we had multiple ways of testing and measuring what a year's growth is, because I don't know, I just see some issues with only using Iowa assessments.
Olivia.
To go along with what Katie said, I mean, for my sister, she goes to Northwestern University. She's a fantastic student, but with test taking, she just could never do it. She always got poor test scores, even though she is probably one of the best students at her school at that time. And so I just agree that we definitely need another way of benchmarking students rather than just the Iowa assessments. And whether that needs to be statewide or just something within the district, I don't know. But I definitely agree on that.
Bennett.
One thing I've noticed over the years is some people don't do well under stress, and those tests tend to be really high-stressed tests in the schools and at home even for some people.
Director Crumwitty.
I really appreciate what you young people just indicated, because that's exactly, again, what legislators need to hear. They're wrestling with this year in the legislature on the assessment that we're going to use to measure growth. And we need young people like you, because you're the ones on the line, to talk to these legislators and say, you know what, we need to measure what's being taught. The Iowa assessment's not doing it. And then we as a board, and Dr. Tate as the superintendent, have to come up with goals to say, yeah, we're going to use this Iowa assessment, but we're not even teaching a lot of the things that we're measuring on the Iowa assessment. So I really appreciate your comments. The other thing I wanted to ask Dr. Tate is that, and we talked about this last year, I hope that throughout the year, this coming year, we can have discussions about the progress of these goals, that maybe on a quarterly basis, for example, as to where we are. You know, if you need some support from the board to help you carry out some of these things, I would like more conversation about your goals. I think you're right on target, and like Director Dickman said earlier, these are the things that we talked to you about during the workshop and also your evaluation. And I don't want to, next spring, which we're to evaluate you in the spring of the year, I don't want to sit here next spring and say, well, how'd you do? I think this needs to be an ongoing conversation throughout the year. So I would suggest, highly recommend to the Agenda Committee that this is a quarterly report from the superintendent. So all of us can be aware of, you know, how things are going and what do we need to do to help you achieve these goals if possible. They are hefty goals, but I think they're good goals.
Director Dickman.
Since all of you are new, you haven't heard over the past year, Director Kluhl and I have waxed and waned about how standardized testing is just not the way to assess students, and it's not the greatest measure. And I wish we could say we had the solution right here on our fingertips, and if we would only implement it, but we haven't quite gotten to that point in society, in our district. Something that I have mentioned a couple times is character skills, like grit. I have an example from earlier tonight where I got turned down twice, but I'm still up here, and I'll try again next year. I got plenty of time. And those are the skills that are really important to be successful in life. And some of the stuff on the Iowa assessment, maybe you'll never use again. And so the wording does. It does frustrate me because I do know that it is kind of an unattainable goal at this point, especially for next year. But then at the same point, on the other hand, it's saying 75% of our students will make 100% or a full year's growth, or 100% of our students will make 75% of a year's growth. It's not the most inspirational goal. So I appreciate your frustration and your input, and hopefully as we go forward, we will be able to find better ways to assess the important academic skills and life skills, and then we can measure that students will make a full year of personal growth every school year.
Any additional discussion? Director DeFau.
And I'd just like to reiterate a bit what Director Crumwoody said in terms of the fact that, this is a legislative mandate. We don't have the luxury of reporting on a growth model, which is the preferred model of the board in the past years. We have to evaluate students based on the Iowa assessments, and in turn the district is evaluated based upon your assessments. So as much as we'd like, and I think most of us would concur with the fact that we'd much rather report growth, that we're stuck at this time. And so again, as Director Crumwoody said and Director Kluhl advocate for, it's really that legislative advocacy component where we need to continue to press legislators to better understand so that we in turn can better support and educate students. And that's really what it's about. And thanks for your input.
Director Sherwood.
Yeah, there's some, you guys, by the way, are right on the money, and everybody's already said that, but you're right on the money on this thing. Your intuition is spot right on. There are some systems that use dual report cards, for instance, where they do report not just academic grades, but also these character traits that Director Dickman's talking about. I've been advocating those for a while, and I think those are worthwhile. It's worthwhile to see students as individuals rather than this big lump that Director DeFaw is talking about that we have to accept by the state, and you already know that. But by looking at individual traits and characteristics and growth is a kid attending more often than he did last year. That's a big step for us. Is the student reduction in referrals to the office. That's a big step for us, and a step for them academically in the long run. So all those things should come into play when we assess how a student's progressed in a year. And in a classroom and in a building, we do that. We do that quite a bit. But we don't get to do that as a district, and it's ridiculous. So I think a dual reporting system in our report cards, however we do that, would help. I think that looking at something like that, and the ability for individual buildings to assess their kids on a one-on-one basis and report that to us, whether or not the state wants to hear about it or not, I think we should still give them that data, that we believe that our kids are progressing, and this is why, not just because of these standardized high-risk tests that we're talking about. So thanks for your input.
Director Snyder.
Just one last thing. I wanted to thank Katie and Olivia and Bennett and anybody else that jumped in there because you kind of summarized exactly where I was at. And I guess I just wanted to clarify as well that should, that goal, that first goal that we talked about with all students realizing 1 year's growth, should that be a goal of the district? Absolutely. That is our goal. That's our goal because we're told it's our goal, and it has to be that way. My problem with it here is these are goals that we are going to then at the end of the year evaluate the superintendent on. These aren't goals that these are goals that we want as a district, but should we hold somebody accountable for this goal when we know it's not achievable? I think is where I have the problem.
Any other discussion? Director Kluhl.
I'd like Superintendent Tate to talk a little bit about the likelihood and the timeline for reaching 1 year's annual growth for 100% of our students, and also about the Iowa assessments, the high stakes testing, and the changes that are coming with the Common Core and more of a portfolio-based assessment program. I wonder if you just might talk a little bit about those things. It is your goal.
No, we can never have every one of our students get 1 year's growth, just like we can't get them to be 100% on a proficiency test. I mean, that was a goal for No Child Left Behind. But we need to have a lofty, that's the ideal, and I don't see anything wrong putting an ideal in my goal, because at the end when we talk, I don't think you're going to say, you didn't make it, you're done. I think you'll say, well, you know what, last year you were 60% and this year you're 70. There was some real movement. I mean, we have that sort of discussion, so I don't feel it's either all, but I like to be able to tell people in the public and certainly the people who work with me that that's where we should be going. We should try to make, it's just like dropout. There shouldn't be one person to drop out of this district, but they will, and I understand that. So I don't mind having that sort of a goal. the state right now is working on a system to evaluate districts that it has multi nodes, and it's not just testing, but it's how did you do on progressing from year to year, and it includes things that can be measured like attendance and things of that nature, and it goes down to the subgroups and looks at, there are other ways to determine whether subgroup, the distance is getting smaller, and they're looking at that. And I think it's going to end up being a system of A, B, C, D, F when it's finished, but at least there are more options. So I'm very interested in how I see that working, and when it gets more palatable, I'll certainly discuss that with you. But they're looking at that. They agree. It's not just one test.
Anything else? I was thinking about these legislators and the importance that you students have, and Director Kluhl mentioned it earlier, but it's so true. It really is. And you've got some opportunities, and I know that you're all busy. You've got a lot of things going on, but there will be opportunities to meet with our legislators, and I would just really, really encourage you to do that. The words that you've spoken tonight, you've heard the board commend you several times, and our legislators, they really need to hear from you, and it's more important they hear from you than from us. They know what we're going to say. So thank you again. If there's no other discussion, we're going to go ahead and take the vote. All right, Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. You know, I got to say, it's already past 8 o'clock, and I thought we'd be done with the whole meeting by 8. We
Because that new sidekick you've got, I think.
we normally try to get in a quick recess once we go a couple of hours. And Director DeFau, I'm going to ask you to lead the policy review in a minute, but we've got several other discussion items, and I didn't know whether you want to take a break now or wait till after your portion.
I would suggest after the action items on the agenda, which the
Okay.
policy review is the last action
All right.
item.
Then I'll accept that. I'll ask for a motion. Is there a motion regarding policy review?
Yes, and I'll actually be making two motions.
Okay.
So I ask that the board accept the policy committee's recommendation for the deletion of policy 60219, service fees, as it is duplicative of policy 50607, fines, fees, and charges and waivers.
So you want to make that
That's
you want to make that as a separate motion?
That is a motion.
All right. So we'll have two motions. May I have a second on that motion? Second. Director DeFau, you want to explain that?
This was discussed at our last board meeting. It's been recommended for deletion by Mrs. Tangen for the reason that I mentioned.
Okay. Is there any additional discussion? Call for the vote. Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director Crumwitty?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have another motion regarding policy?
I move that the board accept the policy committee's recommendation and for the following policy revisions: 50204, communicable diseases, students; 50211, student special health services;
All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene. We'll start with budget discussion. Superintendent Tate.
Mr. President, the Board of Education has been working on the budget for school year 15-16 since last May. They asked that we get out ahead and especially tackle some of the tougher issues with the budget early on. So we've had a lot of discussions. I made presentations to the board, and we looked every time we met at 2 or 3 budget issues. About 2 months ago, the board provided me with their comments and ideas and questions about things that we should look at for the budget. And the paper which I presented you are the answers after a lot of research, hours and hours of work by the staff on some absolutely great questions about things we can do and what savings might be for a budget. And just to remind you, some of them had to do with block and traditional schedule, the use of wind and solar power, the place of athletics, could we save any money there, after-school programs, location of preschools, closing schools, sharing with city and districts to save money, the annuities for administrators, a complete review of our insurance, electives, and moving the ASC. So tonight, all I do is provide these to you and let you know that the Agenda Committee will now be looking at how best to attack these. I certainly will have recommendations based on the research information provided in this packet as we go along. We will be talking at the October Committee of the Whole about the traditional and block scheduling. We actually have a panel who will be presenting to you facts and figures and pros and cons so that we can discuss that, because we're going to have to make an early decision on that in November if in fact we're going to move forward the following year. So we will continue to move. I'll rely on the Agenda Committee to give me advice on exactly when and how I'll make these presentations. So again, these were great questions and ideas, and I hope that we did them credit. And if we didn't answer fully, if you just let me know, I'll continue to provide information for you.
Is there any discussion? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I do have, on your question you just asked, on the block schedule, I'm going to need to know exactly what it's going to cost us to replace the teachers as they're doing these out of class duties. They're teaching 4 now. They're going to be if they're teaching 6, they have to be replaced in all these alternative assignments that they have. And you mentioned that in here, that there has to be additional money for paras and so forth. But I'm going to have to know what that is and how that the total turns out to be. The total savings turns out to be with that covered. And the second thing I have in your list, I don't see any increase in class size as one of the possibilities.
No, that was on the previous list. All that previous list still applies. These were just additional things the board thought about.
Good,
so that's still there, absolutely.
Mr. Scott, you have something to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're referring to the duty time that they've covered during their prep times, is that what you're referring to? That is incorporated in that $350,000 of additional full-time employees. So that did factor that in.
Additional discussion, Director DeFau.
I'm probably getting too far down the road, but as it relates to additional staff, I see that in the traditional schedule we're referencing that study halls may need to be available for students, and I would be very reluctant to build more curricular time into the day only to put a placeholder of study hall in there and not give students additional academic opportunities.
I want to say that would be our vision too. When I've talked to the principals, it's would be a last straw, something to do with that. If a parent definitely advocated for it, they would, but it's not something we're looking to do. And I want to say back in the day where hundreds of kids would be in study halls, it would be only if needed or if parents strongly requested it. And again, we would probably use para support for those opportunities.
So potentially as a remediation for students that are having difficulty in specific classes as opposed to just as a study hall.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I mean, using our, we're kind of doing that at the middle school right now with some additional intervention time, but it could be an intervention time for students to get caught up.
Director Dickman.
Have we also looked at the numbers for splitting one of the blocks into two skinnies so that the teachers are teaching for 85% of the time, or what your numbers were?
Yes, and looking at these two models, we were just breaking it down from the standpoint of what traditional to block. There is also the modified block. Anything would come, the board would need to want to increase the teaching time at the high school. So we could have a savings with a modified block if you wanted the teachers to teach basically 7 out of 8 periods.
Okay.
That would be splitting that second one in half. That fourth one in half.
Okay, and so would that look...
I can definitely get you those numbers. It definitely would save us money.
Okay, and then the other question I had was about languages. If we offered 1 less language or 2 less languages, I don't think I found the specific numbers for that. I don't know if I
If
asked
we
that.
offered different electives, those students would move to a different elective, so there wouldn't be a cost savings.
Okay.
They would move from one language or from an art class to industrial tech class. So
Okay, I wasn't sure with teachers with that cost. And then also the number breakdowns for the sports are wonderful. For some of these that we're currently losing money on, are there opportunities to monetize? Like, let's see, like boys track and girls track are relatively large expenses of the sporting field. Have we looked into monetizing that so that we can continue to have that sporting event?
I have not. I've experienced it in the state of Illinois when I taught there, but I have not gone that in Davenport.
Okay, I would be interested if the athletic director is able to express his thoughts on that at some point.
By that you mean pay for play? They pay?
No,
people
is
who
there
participate?
not a spectator aspect of that?
Okay.
You'll have to excuse my ignorance of sports.
Yeah, and some are and some aren't, but certainly we can ask that.
Thank you.
Anything additional? Director Cromwitty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I need some clarification exactly what we're thinking we need to cut for the 2015-2016 school year. That's what we're talking about, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're not quite ready to do that yet. The first time that we meet and start talking about the budget, we'll be prepared to do that. And certainly our hope is by the time we hit, and in fact, that's a couple weeks away, the October CAL, that we should have a pretty good idea, because you're going to need in your mind, how important is this?
Okay.
I understand that.
Well, the reason I'm bringing this up, last week I went to, and I shared this with Marcia, the Employee Relations Conference representing this board. And one of the sessions I went to had to do with the Affordable Care Act and the impact it's going to have on school districts for their 2015-2016 budget. And it's going to be big. And so I don't want to lose track of that. I don't know how we build that in, but that's going to have another big impact on what we consider for reductions. So
And we're bringing our consultant back in November
okay.
to tell us that.
Okay.
Also, yes, because you're right.
Yeah, and I thought we had preliminary report from those professionals that indicated we would not experience a budget hit.
It's not true.
That's my recollection as well.
It's changed.
There will be an impact of the Affordable Care Act. I think Tim Kearns from R.J. Lee and Associates will try and summarize it for you in all of those different areas where we're going to have an impact and the dollar amount of that. I wouldn't say it's going to be real significant, but then there's a lot of unknowns yet that we don't know that could put us over that level.
Any additional discussion? Director Klool.
Just a couple of thoughts. wondering, Rob, you have here in terms of the traditional schedule that there'll be more difficulty transporting students to other schools for specific classes due to shorter class times. Any consideration to the Creative Arts Academy and what this will do to them if we were to go to traditional?
I'm not as concerned with the Creative Arts Academy because they are not usually using one period. They're going down for multiple periods, either way they're going downtown. Not many students are going down there for the middle of the day class and then trying to return back to the building for another class. I do have some concern about other classes that possibly we would need to block schedule in a traditional model so that we still could transport JROTC classes, things like that.
So you don't see an issue with west and north in terms of travel and this change in schedule?
Part of the programming at the Committee of the Whole next month, we have some ideas of how we still, in a traditional, could do some of the block scheduling, and we'd present that at that point.
The other thing for the agenda committee, I'm wondering, again, these are going to be some pretty drastic changes. I'm wondering what I would like to have before we start to make these decisions is that information from an efficiency expert that we had talked about having come in, take a look at our programs, somebody from outside. I believe there was some thought on the board and the agenda committee that we might look into that. And the second issue is I'm wondering, President Johansson, you had looked into the administrative savings that might be possible as well. So I'm wondering when we might get information on those two areas.
Well, I was going to address those in a couple of minutes.
Fine.
Olivia?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about my experience with block versus traditional. As far as I've experienced, the block is certainly more efficient in class time use. Just because, I mean, first of all, with foreign language classes, I went to JFK, so it's under the diocese, obviously, and so I really had pretty much no foreign language before high school, and now I've been able to go through 6 Spanish classes, 2 of which were college classes. Also with AP classes, you're able to take 3 terms of it versus on the traditional schedule you'd be doing the full year, but it's basically like 2 terms. And so 2 terms. And so as far as the actual educational standpoint, in my opinion, the block schedule is a lot more efficient for the students.
Thank you. Any additional? Bennett.
Somewhat along the same lines as the foreign languages is the music departments really benefit from the extended class periods that you get, so you can practice longer without having to pack up and unpack multiple times throughout the day if it was 2 different split classes or whatever they decided to do with that. And I do know North has really benefited from when we've done block versus the old 7-period day because our orchestra is still getting better.
Katie?
This is going off of what Olivia said about the AP classes, because I know for the underclassmen, their curriculum has changed to something different than what we had, and the curriculum that they are now on is more geared towards AP classes and getting them to take more AP classes and take AP classes sooner than just like senior or maybe junior year. You know, you've got sophomores and freshmen that are taking these AP classes, and it does concern me about the time they would have to fit all the class in with just the 50 minutes, because that's not the same as 3 terms as you would have for the block.
Luke?
As far as music is concerned, I actually have the opposite opinion as Bennett. My sister wanted to do show choir this year, but if she wanted to do show choir, she had to be in choir all year. And for 4 years, so that'd be a fourth of her of all of her high school would be in choir just so she could do one extracurricular activity. So I feel like if she was on the normal schedule, that wouldn't be as much of a problem. I mean, then it'd only be a seventh of her high school career.
Mitchell.
To build on what Luke is saying, for show choir at West, you have to take the 4 terms of choir and then 2 terms of show choir. So 6 terms out of the year is dedicated to the one class, which is primarily a reason that I happen to quit the activity, as well as many others have, due to the fact that it's taking up a majority of the schedule.
Director Sherwood.
Excuse me.
Sorry about
I know when you're going to quit. Just so you student board members know, this will be fully debated when it comes up for an action item. And so you have an opportunity to talk about it then, and you can rally support to be at that microphone and everything else if you want to do that. So you'll have much more time to do this than just tonight. Also, I'm interested if Mr. Maloney would spend the time to give us a figure on what we might be able to expect from the general budget if we implemented widespread solar in the district and potential for a wind generator. I understand the paybacks may not be immediate, but if we can, and this is part of the presentation here, saying that that fact might influence the decision that investments are capital funds, savings are general funds, and that's what we're looking at. We're looking for general fund savings, and if we can invest some capital dollars and know that we're doing 2 things. We're saving general fund money, and at the same time, we are doing a nice job of reducing our carbon footprint, then I'd be more than happy to support that kind of investment. And if that means to reprioritize some of our long-term plan, then that's what it would mean. If that can be a significant savings, that will save us from making some of these impactful things that will happen in our classrooms.
Yeah, we've brought an additional consultant into the discussion for Fillmore and Wood, for example. I mentioned earlier that all of our projects get enrolled in the state of Iowa's new construction program that provides us with an incentive. It's up to $4,500 for design advice, and then a larger payment that we get depending upon the degree to which we exceed the minimum Iowa Energy Code, which has actually been increasing over the years. In any event, we think that it's likely we'll be able to bring a package for both the Fillmore and Wood projects to you that would have a payback for the capital investment in some reasonable amount of years, and this would be a solar, a photovoltaic system. So it looks like that for those 2 projects, we'll be able to offer some kind of solar electric array that will have an adequate payback for the capital monies, and then, of course, all the general fund monies is where the savings accrue. So we've been looking at wind, at solar. I've been in frequent contact with Dr. Zhou over at Iowa State University, who's the State Energy Department's facilities, HVAC, mechanical expert, wind and solar and so forth. And those conversations are bearing some fruit. And so we're finding the packages that look like they'll pay back, and the next ones that you'll see will be for Wood and Fillmore. We don't have the numbers all worked out yet, but our engineering team, Dr. Zhou's office, and our consultant are working on putting that together in a way that we think will make sense and be able to bring some general fund savings and also reduce carbon and all those other things that we're interested in.
And the other thing I'd point out to you is that it isn't just solar and wind and so forth. You know about conservation, obviously. You're involved in that right now and doing that, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
But it's also things like reducing our budget for mowing and fertilizing and so forth in the landscape in these schools. We mow a ton of grass that can easily be reverted back to native materials as well as rain gardens and so forth, and to reduce our budget for that kind of thing would be an important aspect as well. I don't know what that would be, but I think it's got to be significant. significant bucks over all the buildings that we have. So looking at that, it's a long-term investment to reseed with native materials and look at better water retention on site and so forth would be a plus too. That's something there are a lot of people out there that would be willing to help you with. The Quad City, or the Scott County Conservation Commission would be more than happy to provide you some expertise with that. In fact, I'd like to invite you right now to have lunch with me and the director of that group, because he'd like to meet you and have conversations along those lines.
Happy to do that.
Good. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
Just real quick, along the lines with the discussion about the modified block, Mr. Scott, are you able to look into the show choir thing? Has been mentioned not just by the school board but by many people throughout the history of this discussion. If we do the splitting of one of the blocks, would that address that problem? And if you're not able to answer that now, could you look into it?
I would twofold. Yes, I can look into it. We have been having discussions on what to do with show choir in all of our buildings. Some buildings do it outside of the school day. Some buildings do it in the school day. Some have an additional class. So we haven't given a directive as far as what they'll be allowed to do. But in the traditional, it would give music opportunities for students to take 1, 2, or even more than 1/4 of their, because they could take 3 out of 7 in music if they wanted to. So there are some advantages.
But if we did the modified
same thing, we would split it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Director DeFau.
And I'll add just briefly, and Bennett might be able to speak to this too, but at North, they do an informal split of the first block for students that are both vocal and instrumental students, so they're able to participate in each for 45 minutes of each block, and then there are only 2 show choir blocks in the curricular year, so that a student can take a first term class, second and third term show choir, fourth term is then freed up for another curricular class. So there are ways to work with students to accommodate the schedule, and it's done very effectively at North.
Anything else? I've got a few things I just want to mostly just mention. One of the items in here, and I didn't write down which item was which, but on insurance, I just today was able to visit with Marcia, and I left her with some information. It's probably going to take a while to get to know anything. I don't know exactly how far that went. But that's where on item K it says need to conduct a comprehensive insurance review with a consultant input. and awaiting further clarification. I've tried to help move that along. With respect to annuities, one thing, and I don't know which item that was. I apologize for not keeping track of which is which. Must have been further up. Anyway, on the annuities, if I recall right, it said that there would be an annual savings of like $41,000 or something. But I think it would actually increase as the years increase, wouldn't it? Because, I mean, the second year would be like 81 and the third year would be 120. Wouldn't it? Because you made an estimate that 5 teachers retire per year, I think. Or 5 administrators, I'm sorry. And so I made that assumption that would be every year, and so we would save. It's not exponential, but it'd be an increasing amount of savings. So I just want to make sure I was thinking right on that. It was talking about the Affordable Health Care Act. I think it was Tim Kearns that was saying at some point, he was talking, it was on the eligibility issue. And Tim said that we may lose goodwill by doing that. And I understand what he's saying, but it also seems, and if there's another way to do it, which is pointed out in here, I think that's fine. But I don't know if losing goodwill isn't worth saving money. I mean, it seems wrong to me to acknowledge that there are people out there that might be abusing the system, and for goodwill that we wouldn't try to take care of that. Oh, and last is the efficiency. I think in here you mentioned Gibson Consulting, and all I was going to say is that one of my other brothers, Roy, has a consulting company. It's called Forsetti, and part of the issue here is trying to find an efficiency expert. He is an efficiency expert in businesses. Gibson, you pointed out, is an efficiency expert in education, I think. The difference is in costs. He's willing to donate his time just because he went through our district. And so he would donate his time and only ask for expenses, which I have no idea what they would be, but probably ballparking, I'd say maybe $10,000. It's just a difference in approach, and he probably wouldn't be, he wouldn't have that experience with schools, but he certainly has experience with governmental agencies and with businesses. So I just want to get it on our list here, and he'd be willing to do that, like I say, at no cost. I think that's all I've got. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll move on. Oh,
Just
Director Sherwood.
make one point, because
Sure.
a person in the community already brought this up to me. Someone told me that he was pretty sure that J.B. Young would be closed. And I just want to make a point right now that these things are extremely preliminary. Anything that's mentioned in here is just speculation and a long ways from reality. So no one get nervous at this point. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Move on to discussion on Central High parking during construction. Superintendent Tate.
Thank you. I think there's several people who are going to help with this presentation. The people who are working with the project for the auditorium and pool at Central feel very strongly that the board ought to revisit the recommendation that we do construction of the parking lots where the tennis courts lie, and you have decided to postpone that. We'd like to convince you to bring it back at an October meeting. So I'll begin with Mr. Scott, and you can introduce it and just move from there.
Good evening. I do have Mr. Maloney, Mr. McKissick, and Mr. Larson with me, and in revisiting the conversation from last meeting brought me to some of the points that I just wanted to share in the document that's in front of you, just to kind of walk through a little bit of what's going to happen prior to parking, during the construction, or prior to the construction, during the construction, then after the construction. And so I tried to lay out in what I could think in my mathematical mind, the simplest way to kind of think of what is actually available and what's not going to be. During the construction, we know the entire south lot will be under construction. And, you know, I think of it as a couple different ways, as a prior principle, and the conversations that Mr. McKissick has been having with me over the last month about his concerns. The parents are contacting him and going through the procedure of all the open forums when we originally went through the construction and what needs to be in the auditorium, what needs to be in the pool. I would have to say one of the top concerns before we even got to any of that was, where is my student going to park at? That came up at every meeting over and over, and I wanted to share that with you also. I did talk to Mr. Nyrink about students parking on the side streets, things like that. He thinks there will be an increase in residential signs being placed where students won't be able to park. It's as simple, in his words, was as simple as going to the city asking for that and then putting a sign up, which would push our students even farther away. With the south lot not being available, I can't guarantee that even all of our staff will have a parking spot during the construction phase. And we're not even taking into account all of the construction crews and where they will park. They could park off-site, but we don't have their parking incorporated into our numbers also. One after school, and Mr. McKissick will have a few more that he wants to share with you on parent concerns, but I just would bring up parent-teacher conferences is such a huge part of our academic setting and getting parents to come in there. And during construction, there would only be 60 parking spots for parents at a high school of 1,400 kids. So that would be a concern for me after the staff is parked in the parking lot. I talked about the tennis courts. The tennis courts will have 115 spaces. That's still during the construction, as Mr. Larison will show you on the grid. Still won't bring us to where we're at right now, but at the end of construction should bring us above where we are right now. But during construction, it still doesn't bring us back to the level that we're at right now of 180 student spaces. I did take a hard look at the Palmer lot. I know Mr. Maloney has been working with them to see how many of those 133 spaces that we can get. They estimate between 50 and 80 of those spots, and I did walk that myself just to kind of get an idea of the time and the distance for our parents at the evening or our students that are going to be coming, how long it would take them to get into the building. I speak a little bit that we did have parents concerned last year when we had the events at Central with the shootings, the gunfire around the tennis courts, where coaches and ADs did not want to send their teams to our tennis courts. And so we had to hire additional security to convince them to come down and play at Central last year, to have our own police on. So that's one factor I think you should be knowledgeable about. Personally, I share from the standpoint of, as a junior, I did experience this as not having a parking spot and having to park on side streets as a kid going to Central. And then I've also experienced as a principal just the angry parents not understanding, why does my student not have a parking spot? So I'm going to wrap up there because I could probably talk for a long time, and I want Mr. McKissick to share a couple items that comments that he's received from the parents. Thank you.
Tough act to follow, for sure. First, I'd like to say that if we didn't even have a construction project that we were considering, after a year and several months worth of experience at Central as an administrator, again, I was a teacher there about 20 years ago. My plan over time was to spend time talking with you about the possibility of adding additional parking anyway, regardless of a construction project. I can tell you that over the last year and a half, year and a quarter, where we have had some consideration for additional construction, the primary concern that the parents that I serve have relates to parking in and around our building. It's challenging on most days. A significant amount of the parent concern that is expressed to me on various issues, probably the lion's share of it is that my child doesn't have an appropriate place to park. That's also shared by homeowners in our community, where our students end up having to park sometimes and blocking their means with which to get out of their property, or they're blocking a driveway or something along those lines. If we did nothing, if we did absolutely nothing, went ahead with the construction project as it sits today, it would appear as though we would probably lose something in the neighborhood of 70 spaces. 70 spaces that right now we obviously can't afford to lose, in any way, shape, or form. So clearly something has to be done, and it's a challenging property to create additional parking as it sits today. The tennis courts are a great option for us, and if those tennis courts were converted and subsequently moved to another space on district property, then it's my understanding we would have a net gain of somewhere between 40 and 50 spots when the construction crews pull away and everything's finished. That would be huge for our building. It would be huge for those that we serve, and would eliminate a lot of concerns that our parents have I had a phone call last week from a parent that wanted to know the status of the construction project as a whole, wanted to know about what they were planning to do in terms of construction or in terms of the parking issue. We went on to explain where we were in the process, and we would thoughtfully consider any input that anybody had. One of the things that came out of that conversation was that they didn't feel particularly good about having to be displaced out into the surrounding neighborhoods, and as such that their child happened to be very active in activities, and the idea of leaving the building at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night after a practice or something along those lines, walking 2 or 3 blocks in whatever direction they happen to have to go to park, was pretty unsettling to them, and their response was that they would have to reconsider whether or not they would allow their child to participate in those activities, because they didn't want that child to have to go 2 to 3 blocks in some direction to get their parking, to get their car and go home at that hour. So that's always been a concern. We're hopeful that the board can work some things out along those lines. I know there's some plans also in place about the possibility of getting some additional parking from Palmer. That certainly would be advantageous for us as well. I just hope that we can see our way clear to move forward and eliminate some of the fears that our families currently have, or concerns certainly, and that again, when that last construction vehicle pulls away, that net gain is something we can all be proud of, and certainly can be used effectively with all of our students and staff. So thank you. Mike?
Well, what we've tried to do is develop all the possible options to solve this problem, and in the conversations that I've had with Mr. McKissick and Mr. Scott since your decision to defer was, gosh, we really don't think you can start construction in April because it would be such a disruption to the campus that we'd want that to defer until school let out, which is, from a construction standpoint, that would be okay. Simply would add that to the end of the schedule, and that's not a deal breaker for construction. But the primary thing that came out of those conversations from both Mr. Scott's experience and Mr. McKissick's is that they would like to have had additional parking even if we were doing nothing on campus. And so, and given the other concerns they had and the conversations with parents and community members, we thought that it bared trying to bring more information to you. We've asked Mr. Larison to provide a map. A copy was left at your place there that showed current conditions, conditions during construction, and conditions after construction, should we add the tennis court piece or the Palmer piece or the Crescent Cleaners piece. And those are the ones that are currently most viable. There's a few other parcels around the campus that could be brought into the conversation later if that were necessary. But those are ones we know. And we have, regardless of whether the auditorium building gets a little bigger, a little smaller, some of the fine details that may make a difference of a few spaces, not a material difference in the outcome. I mean, 5 or 10 may be different depending upon how things lay out. In any event, Greg, Mr. Larison, be happy to walk through and explain the current, during construction and after construction.
Can we turn that one light off? It's really dark. There we go. We simply graphically show the locations of the various lots we're talking about so that it's clear for you as we're studying this. This is the 3 conditions: the existing, the during construction, and the after. This is the existing. Basically, you have the 3 lots. That south lot. Do you have a pointer?
Just the cursor is the.
Oh, okay. See, you can point to the south lot. Yeah, it doesn't show. Well, you're all familiar with the building. The south lot is about 196, and the two north lots, directly north of the building, has 81, if you're counting the ADA and visitor. And then the lot that was bought from Palmer, it's called the 13th Street lot, has 118, and that's really your parking currently. That totals about $395. During construction, let me go to the next one. The auditorium, and this is just the shapes that we had initially, and we're having good meetings and working for what this will actually look like in its form to present to you in the November COW meeting. But just using that shape, you can see how some of the parking lot on the south lot is left, but during construction that will be needed for staging area for contractors and trailers and various equipment. So the south lot will be gone. So if you look at the summary on that sheet, the south lot is 0, and then you keep the 118 and the 81 on the two north lots. So during construction is really your most critical time as far as an immediate need for something. And you only have 199 unless you do something additional. The tennis court option would bring you to 314, which is still significantly below the current 395 that you have. So it appears that you would need to do the tennis court lot and try to do something with Palmer on a temporary basis during construction as a minimum to get enough parking for staff and students. Go to the last one. Then after construction, the south lot will have approximately 60. One place on there it says 50. We actually thought 50 to 70, and so in the summary we've used 60. And you'll still have the 13th Street lot and the north lot at 118 and 81. And then we're creating a new lot between the athletic field and the south lot that has 66. So our total, if you don't do any of the options, is 325. So we're down about 70 from what there is right now, which is below what the other schools have per student significantly. If you did proceed with the tennis court option, that'll bring it to 440 when you're done versus 395 that you have now, which is some improvement on what you have now. It's not, it wouldn't bring you up in line with north and west, but it would be some improvement. So it seems like the tennis court lot is really an option you should seriously look at. Is there any question on these locations or the numbers?
Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I mentioned last time you were here that I'd like to know what, we have one set of courts that we've held out because of our deference to United Neighbors and tenants and the hood, that sort of thing. But given that our first priority is for the kids at Central High School, what does that add if we throw that into the mix?
That has a real grade problem, so we can't just come off 12th Street because it drops down so far. And the beauty of having this both off 12th Street is that there's a staff person that's positioned at the corner of 12th and Harrison during changing times. And everyone that comes from that lot would come onto 12th and come across right there, and there'd be much more safety with that crossing at that one point. If we go down to the lower level, then we'd have a second point where students would be partway down the hill.
So you're not recommending the use of that space?
I'm not recommending it for safety reasons. As far as the number, though, it would be roughly a third of the 115. So.
And you couldn't use alley access there?
Well, you could actually come off of the. You could come off the alley, or you could come off the street. It's low enough. The next street down would be 11th. But it does have the crossing, and we've tried not to have tried to keep safety in mind all the way through this.
Sure. And another question I have is, at least on a temporary basis, I was at a wedding this last Saturday. It was out to Heckingon, out on a farm, and they had a shuttle service coming in from a hotel about 15 miles away, bringing folks to and from that, and very efficient. I didn't hear anybody complain or anything. And I was thinking that we've got a parking ramp down on 2nd and Harrison that has a 35% occupancy right now. The city is desperate for ways of filling that thing up, and wouldn't it behoove us to have a full-time staff person on call to shuttle folks down to that, especially staff? I don't know why that wouldn't work, at least on a short-term basis, to relieve some of these temporary problems.
That certainly is a possibility. I think you probably need long-term additional parking, so
Oh, I'm sure that's true,
you may
but
wanna-
where your construction crunch is going on, you may be able to relieve that without shoving people into the neighborhoods and creating all this.
We were talking
signage.
about construction today, the four of us, and I do a lot of work at Alcoa, and for example, all their contractors park out in a remote lot and are bussed in when they work on the plant.
Well, and there may be a long-term solution to remote parking as well. That may be less costly, less expensive than some of this hard construction of our own. So I would at least look at that. I think the city would be very agreeable to negotiating fees down there, and if we had a system that would shuttle with some quickness, I don't know, that'd be wouldn't have been a problem for me as a teacher. Wouldn't mind it. Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments specifically for Mr. Larison? Because otherwise, I'd like to open up the conversation to talk about all of this. All right, then we'll go ahead and get into a conversation on, where's mine? On the Central High parking during construction. Discussion? If nobody's got anything, I got plenty. Director Dickman.
Would it be possible to construct the parking lots, but not worry about rebuilding the tennis courts at this time?
Physically, it would be possible to do the parking and not do the tennis court. Mr. McKissick have to talk about the impacts of that.
I could speak to, as a former tennis coach at Davenport Central High School, as a matter of fact, which was well before the current tennis courts were constructed and in use, and our home courts at that time were at Duck Creek. So we had a relationship with the park board that allowed us to use those. And then actually before that, I can speak to the fact that as a tennis player growing up, I played against Davenport Central down in what was then called the Pit. Those tennis courts are no longer there. They're They were right off of Gaines. They turned that into, what was that?
Goose Hollow.
Goose Hollow. Goose Hollow. So they've moved several times. So the answer is that we could probably, we can't depend on the benevolence of the park board to allow us to use those courts, but it's certainly something that we could approach them on. But again, some of our teams play there already, and we kind of switch back and forth. So it would be a challenge.
I also looked up and I see that West seems to have plenty of tennis court space, so.
They do, but they also have a very, very large team, which I know that they use quite a few of those courts on a day-to-day basis all spring long. And they have two teams, a boys and a girls team, both practicing at the same time.
Additional discussion, Director DeFau.
Thank you. I'm puzzled in that you spoke about security issues and the fact that certain athletic teams chose or were reluctant to play on the central tennis courts because of a fear for safety, but yet we believe that it would be safe to erect parking lots and have students, accessing that area after hours in the dark? Do we anticipate hiring additional security in order to patrol that area? What would be the additional cost of that? You know,
My thought would be that we would, as all of our parking lots, the lighting, there is no lighting by the tennis courts area at all. The lighting and the security cameras in those areas bring a level of awareness to the public, and so we would not have some of those issues. And where they're walking from a student standpoint, they'd be walking a much shorter distance to get to their vehicle, less than 150 yards to get where we currently are, rather than walking substantially farther than that. So it's a good question, but I see it as a different topic.
okay. Also, my reluctance is not the concern about whether or not there's adequate parking. I understand that there's a parking issue. My reluctance is that by relocating the tennis courts to Brady Street Stadium, we are incurring additional general fund costs in terms of operating a tennis program where we're going to have to transport students regularly, not just for practice, but for meets. And that's a sustained cost that we're going to experience forever. Now, I'm not one that endorses
There
having...
shouldn't be an additional cost. We already run the activity bus after school we already take soccer, we take our football players, and so we already have the bus running. There wouldn't be any additional cost for transporting. It's a great question, but we shouldn't see any additional cost in taking students to the stadium.
And for competition, there's no additional cost for maintenance, for... I find it hard to believe that moving the program off-site is not going to incur us any additional cost.
Mr. McKissick, I don't see one. We've looked at that as far as our track teams, our soccer teams, our football, our baseball. It's pretty much become the athletic facility for the Central High School students, and pretty much most of their exterior or outdoor activities are located there. So it shouldn't be anything there. I can definitely dive into that again, but I did not find anything in my first go around with this.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because I don't know how walking across the street and going to Brady are the same cost differential, but
We actually
I
have-
won't argue it with you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you guys information. Again, trust me, I'm just trying to provide information so that, you understand where the parents are and what we're hearing from the community. That's really what Mr. McKissick and I's vision was of coming here tonight.
Anybody else? What?
Mr. Scott said pretty much everything I was going to say. I was just going to mention that we already do travel off-site to go to Duck Creek, because the girls' team will practice, and the boys' team and girls will flip-flop every day. So every other day we are already traveling somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. President.
Director Sherwood.
Just a thought. Right across the street over here, we have panic buttons scattered around the Ambrose campus for their kids. I know they have a full-time 24-hour security presence that responds to that. Is there anything like that in urban school districts that is tied into the cops, or any of those kinds of things we might consider as we're doing these construction projects?
I can only speak to, I've been doing quite a few college visits myself the last few years or whatever, and they are on about every college campus. So I think it's something definitely we could look at what the cost of that would be. The West High School lot is very large,
Yeah.
and the amount of where they would walk to in the middle of the night and the lighting there.
My daughter was an athlete and was at Central very late often, and it always bothered me that she was walking into those parking lots by herself at night and stuff. So I never let her do it, quite frankly. But but I would have been much happier if there'd been some way she could have called for help. So.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important to know that you touched on a great point. And that
Mr. McKissick, why don't you come up to the microphone anyway, okay?
My apologies. I think it's a great statement, Mr. Sherwood. It's not, that challenge about students participating, into the evening hours when it's dark and leaving whatever property it is to walk out into a parking lot of some property. That's always a challenge. And, it's not specific to Central, it's not specific to West or North or any college campus for that matter. It's always a concern when you have people walking alone or in small groups late at night. So anything that we can do to provide some semblance of safety or a feeling of safety, I think, is a real plus, and a circumstance where we could provide a panic button or something along those lines that would eliminate some of those fears, or at least lessen that anxiety associated with going in those spaces late at night. It would be really helpful. And I can't imagine that would be incredibly expensive to manage. But I think it wouldn't be something that would just be a need at Central. I think that would be something great to have at West and at North and all of our properties for that matter. So,
Director Cluel.
You know, as I look at all the high schools throughout Davenport and our district and even the other side of the river, I mean, what a lot of real estate you have to deal with. Central, an inner city school, small postage stamp size space to work with, and it's an inner city school. And you know, it was a couple decades ago that the board considered moving, building a new school with property. But they said, no, we're going to commit to the inner city because it's important to the city of Davenport. And so here we have it, and we've got constraints. And one thing I want to talk about is what Director Sherwood brought up earlier, is the third tennis court. You know, the board initially with the original design was talking about using all three of those courts, but the board said, well, what about community use? What about the United Neighbors use of that for tennis in the hood? I'm wondering now, with just two courts, whether or not that is really useful to them anymore for that purpose. And when I drive by, I never really see any community use of that court. Do you see use of it?
In my time at Central, I did not see a lot of community use, but that was the comments that we took from the board. And so I think that was kind of the direction we moved in, was to maintain one court there. And so
now I'm wondering, I mean, what the utility is for tennis in the hood for United Neighbors. I think they probably want more than two courts when they have their activities. So I would imagine they would prefer to use someplace with more facilities. So the reason I'm thinking about this at this time, because now is the time to look at this if we're going to do it. And Mr. Larson, you said that you know, safety would be a problem, the grade would be a problem. But are there ways, if the board chose to consider including that as part of the parking area, putting fencing up along the road, requiring access up through a central point? Is the grade really prohibitive?
Well, the grade gets in the way, but yeah, if that's the direction you'd like to go, I think it can be done. It'd take some stairs, so you'd have to enter from the alley and then have stairs and then have it fenced on 11th Street and across Harrison, so it would force everyone to go up to 12th and all cross in the same spot. I think it's possible to do that.
And the grade, parking-wise, is doable?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you wouldn't drive through the whole lot. You'd enter, it'd be two lots, and you'd have stairs in between. But then you could have the pedestrians or the students or whoever, as they left the lower lot, would go up into the upper lot and cross on 12th Street, where there's better security with the one crossing.
I know we all hate to walk an extra distance when the street's right there, but it's really not that significant a distance to expect people to walk. And you said you thought maybe how many parking spaces?
Oh, what was that? 30, around 30, I think. It's a little bit smaller than the other one. So by the time you get a drive off the alley, and that around 30.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make that 145, which would bring it closer in line with the other schools.
That's something that I hope the board will consider at this point in time. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Well, I've got a few things, and I've been trying to think how to say what I'm going to say without I want to be careful with my tone of voice and with the words that I'm going to say, because I don't want them to be misunderstood. But when the suggestion that 650 yards was an awful long ways for high schoolers, I thought, well, wait a minute. what is the state law with respect to walk zones for high schools?
Are you? I didn't know.
I'm asking the question. I think I know the answer, but I would expect you would know.
For the high schools?
For high school.
3 miles.
3 miles. So what the state says is that they have an expectation that kids should be able to walk 3 miles to get to high school, right?
Yes.
And outside of that, we should provide, or we have to provide busing.
Yes.
So when I think about that, and I think 3 miles is quite a ways. And when Director Sherwood said, well, we have some parking right downtown, I thought, gosh, that's probably less than a mile. I'm not sure exactly. But it's probably pretty close from that parking garage to Central. But I think if our expectation is that students should have to be within 650 yards, that's a pretty high threshold, I think, to meet. And then we should, I think, expect it for every student. Is that, I mean, except those that are outside of 3 miles who are going to be bussed in. But we must have students that walk to school, don't we?
We have them that walk to school. We have them that take the city bus. I guess I'm missing the question. I'm sorry.
It's not a question. It's a concern. I don't understand the need to provide all this additional parking within 650 yards of the school when we have all sorts of students that are already walking a much greater distance than that.
So my answer would be, I'm not saying 650 yards is, I wanted you to be well aware of how far students and adults would be walking to get into the building. So I was showing you how far that is, whether it's a reasonable area to ask a parent to walk into to get to a parent-teacher conference. That's not my decision to make. I just wanted you to understand how far they would be walking. And if they're off campus, the several blocks that will start to get pushed farther and farther out where parents and students will have to walk. That's all I'm trying to do is inform you. It's not for me to decide what's appropriate or not appropriate.
The suggestion that Andy made that we will have more residential signs, is that just a guess? I'm not sure how that works. You said it's really just that they all they have to do is go to the city and ask for it, right?
That's when I talked to him about the additional residential parking that would clearly, because we'd be without any student parking during construction at all. And he said, well, you'll have more residential signs. He's seen that in the past. He also talked about during snow days, more streets are no parking at all. So students would have to go even farther out on the snow days because there'll be one side of the street is off limits automatically. So that's just his experience, and that's what I relied on there.
One of the things in the last presentation, there was a chart, and there was there were a couple of standards. One was for urban districts, and the other was for smaller districts or something. And there was a ratio of parking. Let's see, I think it was parking spaces per student, if I remember. And it was like 0.27 or something like that. And there was, even though it stated it on the spreadsheet, the suggestion was that that ratio was not correct. And the ratio that was given, because it included staff spaces. And I wondered if there had been any correction to that ratio to compare to a standard.
Yeah, I was speaking about the Institute for Transportation Engineering. They publish a manual and so forth. And for high school parking lots, they don't make any recommendations, but they do a survey nationally. And the results of the survey was that for highly urban districts, and they're talking about Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, it was as low as 1/10 of one space per student plus staff parking was how they came up with the number that existed. It's just a survey of what they found. And in a suburban environment, it was 1.25 spaces, so one space for every 4 students in a suburban area plus staff, and one for every 10 students in a highly urban area plus staff. And we'd think that this probably falls somewhere between a real suburban or a highly urban. But the ITE doesn't set a standard or make a recommendation. They just do a survey and report what they find.
Okay. One of the things, it was kind of interesting looking at this this picture. I was thinking about the car repair area, which you showed a picture, or maybe Mr. Larson did at one of the last presentations. And it looked like what we had in there was a lot of space with a couple of wrecked cars. In this picture, it looks like there's nothing in there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The location of the pool interferes with the yard that's in front of the auto
Right,
shop.
I understand that part. But I mean, right now, is that as open as it appears to be? Are there normally a number of vehicles in there that are waiting to get repaired? How does that work? Do we need all that space is what I'm asking for putting old cars in.
Yeah, it's the number of cars there vary from time to time. Whether you need it or not, I guess that would be up to the folks that.
Well, surely, and that's what I'm asking, because that was part of the question relative to the whole building of the pool and auditorium, and the suggestion was that that may have to change. But when I look at it in the pictures that have been provided so far, and in this picture, I say, is that a good utilization of our space? If we're concerned about parking, and we're going to take out tennis courts, and we're going to take out other space, is that like sacred space that we can't even touch?
It seems like it's bigger. It seems like it's bigger than it needs to be, if that's what you're asking.
Right. I don't have a way to gauge it other than the pictures that I've seen. And if I gauge it based on this picture, I'm going to say if you made that into parking, it might be 20 spaces. I don't know what it is. But how sacred is that space? Let me ask Mr. Scott or Mr. McKissick.
Okay, so if you're talking about the drawing, you're talking about, I'm looking at whichever exists in drawing, but I see what you're saying. It's the access point into the auto shop. That's basically where you see those cars. You may see the wood materials be placed out there, metals materials that they've made in those courses in that little roof area is underneath there. That's the metal, woods, and auto shop. So that staged area is what they're using right there.
I understand.
Right now, I think, could there be less of a fence area there? Yes, I think the pool actually, and that's to come up the next meeting, but takes away all of that.
I understand, but are you saying that we utilize that space appropriately?
I think it's maximized. Yes, they have to have an area to drive the cars in and out of the auto shop. So the middle of the area has to be open to be able to move vehicles within to the inside auto shop.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. You know, the Brady Street tennis courts, I think, if I recall right, that was going to be about an $850,000 project. That sound about right?
That was the parking lot and the tennis courts
That
combined.
was both.
Yeah.
Okay. And I got to tell you, I'm still, even with all of this, what I haven't understood is what exactly are you recommending? Because my sense is that what you're asking for is we want a lot of spaces during construction and in the future. We aren't quite sure exactly what we need, but we want a lot of spaces. And this is something, I'll tell you, we've been working on this auditorium and pool for years. And when CSO came back with a $30 million estimated budget, that floored me. I was incredibly frustrated. When we finally came up with hey, now we got a plan, we're moving forward, two of the parents came up to me and said, well, no, we can't do that. And I said, why is that? And they said, because we got to have the parking first. And I said, okay, we'll go ahead and just cancel this project, and we'll figure out what the parking is. And we can debate it for another couple of years before we move on with the auditorium and pool. To me, I thought that was important to the community. I thought it was important to Central. We went ahead and we authorized it, and we're moving ahead. And to me, for this, it almost seems like parking is a bigger issue than the auditorium or pool. That's the way it's seeming to me, and that we want everything all at once. And that's one of the things that we wrestle with all the time. Here we are, we're going to cut our budget. We've got to spend some money, but how much parking is enough? I don't know. I think we could go ahead and buy some of those spots downtown. I suspect that the city would work with us. Palmer will work with us. You've indicated, well, there's some opportunities here. And I'm thinking, we have opportunities, but if we set thresholds, for instance, if we say we need this many spots within 100 yards and this many within 650 yards, and I don't care if we do that as long as it's a spec, but I think it's got to be something that you develop in those specifications that you have for all of these things that we work on. And if you're going to say the spec is that we have 400 spaces within 650 yards, then fine. But I have difficulty when I look at all this space around us. I go, you know what, for $850,000, I'll bet we can buy some of these spaces. And you know, if we were buying houses, I suspect most of the houses around there are not $850,000 homes. You know, I haven't really looked at it that way, but I'm just thinking, I understand wanting to do the tennis court project, but there's something in me that says there's got to be a better solution. We've got to have better specifications. It can't be just we need a lot of parking close. And if whether it's a shuttle, whether it's, oh boy, I mean, these students have to walk a little bit of distance. I mean, it's not, the city has some responsibility as well. And if we're going to say, yeah, we want, and I've heard parents say, I want my kid picked up by a bus even if they're only 1 block away. All right? So are we going to go ahead and say, yeah, we'll bus 100% of the students so that none of them have to walk some distance? Anyway, and I apologize if, like I say, if I'm frustrated, but I am frustrated. And I like I say, I don't know quite what you're asking here for. We talk about Palmer lot south of 10th Street has up to 133 spaces. We might get 50. And really the intent is that you want the board to go ahead and authorize the tennis court project is really what the end result of all this is, right?
Yes, that was the administration's recommendation, and we thought that we had good evidence to recommend that.
All right. Any other discussion? Director Sherwood.
There's a couple of additional points. I now sit on the city's Environmental and Sustainability Commission, and we had a presentation the other day about Davenport Move, which is the plan to improve bike access and walking and so forth around the city. And so that plan is been developed. Now it's in its implementation phase. And I'm thinking about that as far as Central is concerned. Some of the issues, and we talked about this prior, that not only do you need to increase parking spaces, but you also may be able to reduce demand, which would be just as good or better. And so working with the city to maximize signage, improve bike lanes, that sort of stuff, leading to Central for Central to have upgraded facilities for bicycles and so forth would be a plus. A lot of these kids wouldn't mind riding a bike if they felt safe doing it, if their parents felt safe doing it. At one point, Main Street was considered a major north-south corridor, and there's a plan to improve that, and you could incorporate additional bike lanes there. There's also a possibility for on-street parking at Harrison with wider parking spaces than would be typical, so it would be a little safer exiting the cars. They originally had it on the west side, which was idiotic because people were getting out of their cars into oncoming traffic, but if you put it over on the central side with wider parking spaces, you could increase lanes there as well. I'd also like to point out that the ramp down on 2nd and Harrison is right across from the Ground Transportation Center, where buses do run up to up Brady about every 15 minutes in the mornings. So there may not be a big need for shuttles, but as you know and I know, kids will park wherever it's easiest for them to park. So if they can park over in the neighborhoods and think they're going to save a walk or a little bit of hassle, that's what they're going to do. So there may also be some way to work with the city to designate those things as no parking zones in those neighborhoods and have those policed so that these kids are not just encouraged but almost forced to find alternatives that are more reasonable to us, which would be the downtown ramp and that sort of thing. So I think there's a lot of potential here that maybe we haven't investigated yet. I do believe personally that Central deserves a competitive tennis facility, which means 8 courts, and we currently have 6. And so I still will support the Brady Street project because of that. I think there's a matter of equity around the district on this, and that would be the thing I'll be supporting. But I do think there's a lot more things we can do as far as parking.
Katie?
I don't know, just perspective from a student that does go to Central, and I do park in the lower lot. We did have a senior meeting over the summer where they did discuss construction with us and parking passes, and we were told how many passes were going to be given out, and that parking was going to be difficult, and that after construction started in the lower lot, they weren't sure what parking was going to be available, but we were told we would have the tennis courts, like that they would be parking spots. And I understand that there's other options for parking and that there's, we could do a parking lot here or ask different places, but I just also wanted to remind you of the time urgency, I guess, if we keep putting this off and off and off, the decision for this, just because for the numbers of this, no students would have any parking, and that's around 100 students that paid $35 for this parking pass, and they would not be getting their money out of it. And I know I would be very upset because I had to pay for that. My parents don't pay for that. And also, for walking distances, I don't have a huge problem with walking a large distance. In middle school, I walked a mile to and from school every day, but I will say it is a bit of a danger. I mean, I was 3 blocks from my house when I had an incident with this man, and I know other kids at the school did when they were walking, and so it is a problem, and it does happen even if you are just walking a couple blocks. So I thought that was important to share.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Director Cluel?
Yeah, I appreciate Director Sherwood's green thoughts in making Central a place where we could start to think efficiently. And geez, I mean, you've already got the environmental club, you've got the garden, you've got so many green things going on at Central. It would seem like an appropriate place to try to show some leadership. That aside, I'm thinking in terms of President Johansson's frustration with this walking issue, and I think it comes down to a level of expectation. I use the analogy of air conditioning. We decided as a district that we were going to air condition our buildings. Need it or not, the fact is folks at Goose Creek now are all environmentally controlled. Everybody has air conditioning now, so it is an expectation. It's become an expectation that we air condition our buildings. I think trying to find equity in the parking situation for an old high school in the center city in terms of with our other high schools is entirely appropriate. And I think in terms of expectations, people expect to be able to walk easily from their car to a building. Would I be satisfied walking 650 yards? Yeah. But I'm thinking in terms of expectation. And I would like to press the environmental issue and the efficiency issue, but I think that, expecting that we would expect kids from Central to walk that distance while West and North have parking right outdoors is in a sense inequitable. So I like the idea, but I think that it's time to face the fact that we've got a situation, like Katie said, where we need to move forward on. We're now hearing from administration and the student school board members saying there's some urgency with this. So I hope we don't dally. I hope we have the courage to move forward with this. And I think we've spent sufficient time with it, and a lot of time. But I think that what we need to do is pretty clear in front of us here, and timeliness is a factor.
Any other discussion? Well, I can't hardly let that go.
Figure you could.
My concern is that walk zones is a very big issue. We've discussed it as a budget issue over the past couple of years, and my thinking was that the board was much more willing to consider thinking about increasing the walk zones. But our walk zones right now are, and with respect to equity, I believe that we have the same policy on walk zones for all high schools. I don't think that we say West or North have shorter walk zones. But if we're seriously going to consider this and setting the threshold of 650 yards or less for having adequate parking for students, then I'm interpreting that is suggesting that our walk zone will have to shrink, not grow. And I'm on the surface very, very opposed to that. I can't imagine going to the extent that we say our walk zone is one block, which is really kind of where the continuum would go if that's what we're going to say, is that because of safety, we won't allow students to walk any distance. So anyway, I just, unless the administration or the board could come up with a specification, which I don't think, are you willing, Mr. Maloney, to give a specification on either walk zones or how many parking spaces within a certain number of yards of a school?
No, sir. I think that's the kind of discretionary thing that you all do. There isn't a standard published, and it's the kind of decision that as a board you say, this is what we think it ought to be. I don't have a recommendation.
But I'll ask you for one, because we have asked for specifications in all other areas. How many lumens per square foot? How big is the classroom? How big is the gym? How much air conditioning? We've asked for specifications from the administration, and I think it would be a simple thing for you to say, here's the spec on parking within this many yards of a high school.
If I were asked to do that, because I keep hearing, let's try to be fair to all the schools, I'd take the largest, the biggest difference from either north or west to the edge of their parking lot, and that would be it. I mean, we could start there as an example, and we've already given the number of parking places per student. That's a fair ratio, I think. I mean, if you're asking us to do that, we can certainly do that and bring it back the next time. That's the only logical way I would approach it.
I'm just suggesting that that's something that would interest me. I think the administration can bring the motion very quickly,
We could.
and I have no idea where the board would be on that. Director Snyder.
I think the biggest, there's this, I have this feeling that there's something missing, and I think what it boils down to for me is, if I remember correctly, one of the major reasons why we did put this on hold is we were waiting to kind of get a feel for what the exact footprint of this new facility is going to be, to where we could get a feel for exactly how many spaces are we going to need. You know, how many for sure are we losing? Does Central need more parking? Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, there's always been a parking shortage there. But just these few parking spots in this tennis court, I can certainly understand the concern that the parents brought up to Mr. McKissick, because I think I would feel the same way, you know, about my student walking in the dark, you know, a long ways to their car. But these few parking spots may put a Band-Aid on it, but they're not going to fix it for everybody. And I don't know if there's an answer that really does, but for me what it boils down to is I still haven't seen anything definitive that says this is exactly how many spaces we're going to have left. This is exactly what our target is, where we want to be. I see a lot of, well, if we do this, we'll have this. If we do this, there's still a lot of ifs in there. And I think that's what, for me, is the drawback, the concern. You know, we don't want to just keep throwing things at this to try and fix it as it goes. I think we want to have a clear plan from the get-go. But if we're not given the information to make that clear plan, it's hard to do so. And I guess that's where I'm at. And I've kind of been quiet through this because I've been trying to take it in and come to terms with exactly where we sit. And for me, I guess that's where it sits. There's just too many options or unknowns, I guess, more than options.
We do not mean to confound your work with too many options. And I said earlier, the administration made its recommendation based on what we thought was the best evidence for the decision we put in front of you. And I would like to comment that I, first of all, understand and appreciate your frustration because it's been very difficult in this project. I've seen that in the short time that I've been here. And this decision intersects so many different things in terms of the overall budget, in terms of the environmental things that you'd like to accomplish, in terms of questions like we're wrestling over how far should we walk from our car to the building when we have another standard that says it's okay to walk 3 miles to school altogether, and those seem in conflict. And I think President Johansson's point is really well taken. We're struggling with how far should we walk from our car. At the same time, we're asking others who have no car to walk several miles. And so we have a lot of conflicting and intersecting interests that are confounding your work. There are several other pieces that you've mentioned, and we don't have time to discuss them tonight. We will at November 3rd. There were several other pieces of budgets outside of Mr. Larison's project for the high school that were in your long-range plan that were for Central High School that also were part of this overall equation, including this budget for the parking lot and tennis courts. And someone asked earlier, it was, my recollection, roughly 350 for the parking and 500 for the tennis, was my recollection. In any event, several intersecting things that make it very difficult in an already frustrating situation, and I understand that, and we collectively have no misgivings about your frustration or your questions or your wanting to cross every T and dot every I. And I just wanted to remark that and come back to where the administration, I think collectively, are still on the recommendation we made was the one we thought was the right one. And these other pieces, could we add some at Crescent or rent some at Palmer, are other considerations, but they're not in our recommendation. Thanks.
Mr. President?
Director Sherwood.
Point of information. This is a discussion item, so we can't take any action on that tonight, and their request is to bring this back to a future board meeting. Procedurally, how do we do that?
The administration will bring it to the agenda committee, and it's likely to come up on, I would imagine.
Because we did postpone this indefinitely, right?
Yeah, I'd have to go back, but I believe that's correct.
So it's got to be brought back
Yeah, it's the administration's, they're making, most likely, they'll be making that recommendation
Okay.
that is consistent with the information that they've presented.
Good, thank you.
Any other discussion? Director Clow.
Just a couple of things. One, in regards to standards, I wonder in our essential functions if we included parking in there. That might be a resource to go to. And the other is in terms of trying to figure out equity with the other schools. You talked about measuring from the farthest point to the school. The other thing that would have to go into that algorithm is the fact that out of city tennis teams are asking for police protection. We've got to consider the neighborhood as well.
Any other discussion? All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
could I suggest that we roll the next two items over to the next agenda, the next meeting, and that we handle the
We've got 5 people here.
oh, I apologize. I didn't know that.
What I'd recommend is do the tag identification process. At least do that, because they've been
Yeah,
waiting for
I'm
4
sorry,
hours.
I didn't realize that. Thank
That
you.
was going to be my suggestion.
How about,
Yeah, that's
Ken,
okay.
with respect to bonding, Superintendent Tate, is it okay to postpone that?
Yes, that was an information item asked for by a board member, so
Okay.
yes, we can do that.
All right, so we'll go ahead and postpone that discussion on bonding. We'll move to the discussion on tag identification process.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a little taste tonight whenever the frustrated parent came forward with the change in the talented and gifted program. Specifically, it has to do with identification. Our policy and from the state says that we have to provide a qualitatively differentiated program for talented and gifted students, and we found that we are spread so thin we are not doing that. And Melissa's going to make a presentation tonight to tell you some of the facts and figures, and the only way that we know how to handle this so that we can provide a qualitative, differentiated program. So thank you for waiting.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Melissa Trimble. I am the Curriculum and Instruction Specialist for the Talented and Gifted program. With me is Alyssa Hansel. She is the TAG Assistant Specialist and is here to offer questions and answers as appropriate. I would like to start off by highlighting some information that was included in your board packet materials. You were provided a definition of a TAG student according to the Iowa Code. Our problem in the DCSD is we have found we've over-identified students as talented and gifted and really had no consistency throughout the district for identifying students. It varied from building to building. When I took this position, which was last year at this time, this is only my second year working with the TAG program, I can tell you that we currently have 1,785 out of 15,597 total students identified as true TAG. This is actually an anomaly. If you want to know the truth, all the research that I've been doing shows that true TAG is a very rare instance, and it's about 3 to 5% of the world's population should be categorized as true TAG. Based on those numbers, in this district, we have 11% identified as such. In order to move forward, we felt that a consistent set of parameters for proper identification needed to be established. So we have our TAG service groups, which are similar to the response to intervention model that is used for our lower achieving or struggling students, where we have some core instruction, and then we have Tier 2 and Tier 3. In the RTI model, Tier 2 is a group of students that receives additional targeted instruction, and Tier 3 is a smaller group of kids even yet with specific intensive instruction. So looking at the TAG end of the spectrum, it's very similar. We will keep the core instruction, and our talent development group would be the group of students receiving additional targeted instruction. Our formal TAG identified group then would be those small individuals, or the small students rather, small numbers, receiving intensive instruction to provide them with appropriate challenges. And this is illustrated in that pyramid diagram that I had showed you in your board docs. The data points we've used for identification are from both achievement and ability tests done with all of our students. The achievement tests give data that represent the degree to which a student has learned a specific subject matter content. The ability test gives data that evaluates a student's general ability to succeed in a school setting. We use the COGAT, which is the Cognitive Ability Test, and it measures reasoning abilities and often provides encouraging information on low-achieving students, as there is a portion of it which is a nonverbal section. And I believe in your board packets you also have the examples of both the Iowa assessment reading and math questions, and then a COGAT question, which shows that it's just a truly different type of thinking test. To date, we have taken the first, arguably most difficult step. All of our students in the elementary buildings have been reevaluated with these new identification parameters, and we are being proactive by sending letters home to all the parents of K-5 students that have been previously involved with our program to explain the current level of service that their child's extended learning programming involves. You have samples of the 2 letters in your board packets as well that are going home, and parents of 4th and 5th graders have already begun receiving these letters as evidenced by tonight. And I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody? Director Sherwood?
Yeah, we've had Bell and Blank come into the district several times and do assessments, especially on alternative kids, and their contention has usually been that we are underrepresented in TAG in some of these areas. So how does your assessments jive with Bell and Blank's protocols?
We do use Bell and Blank as our resource for the several of our components of the TAG program. I did research pretty much more globally than just Iowa. When I came up with the 3 to 5% as true TAG identified, I went bigger rather than just a focus on Iowa. The biggest number that I saw reported ever was a 10%. So even at 11%, if we consider 10, we're still over-identifying. And as Dr. Tate said, we're spread very thin on our resources.
No, I appreciate that, but because there are outliers in any analysis, it would be difficult for me to accept that those kids are not necessarily TAG, and if our system is reducing because of our budget rather than the needs of our kids, then we need to say that, so that mother that was here tonight because her child missed a point or whatever it was on the assessment, and it's not going to be receiving services, needs to understand that that's more a function of the budget than it is the needs of her child.
I think it began with a function of the budget, but we do have procedures in place to be able to analyze that data and analyze additional data, if you will, by different pieces that are collected through student interviews, through teacher perceptions of students. We have a whole talent group inclusion process that's been outlined in a flow chart for the teachers to use and the buildings to use. The principals received that very well. So we're trying with all our might to wrap our arms around as many as we can, but with the realistic expectation that if we continue on the path we're on, we are not doing service to those truly gifted that are in our district right now.
Thank you.
Director Kluhl.
I wonder if you could talk about talented and gifted. What you've done in looking at this is you have restricted the definition to gifted, but this is talented and gifted. So what does that mean for the kid that's on the border? He's not gifted, but he's quite talented. Could you talk about that?
I could. The gifted component in the way that I envision this, the gifted are the 3 to 5% of the world's population. And the talented are those that would fall into our talent development group. That's what we're trying to do, after all, is we're trying to develop their talents. There are going to be some kids that are on the border right between. We would challenge them and maybe give them extra resources within that talent development group as the need arose. There are also going to be those kids that are on the border of being in the core content and the talent development group, and those are the ones that we'll be watching very closely. Chances are it's the ones like the parent here this evening that, well, but you said this was this last year and now it's changed this year. Doesn't mean we're going to stop servicing them. It just means that the change in service is going to be where they receive service. Instead of being a pull-out program student, they will be receiving differentiation activities within the regular education classroom. It's more of a collaboration between the TAG facilitator and the regular ed facilitator, or the regular ed teacher at that point.
Well, you're proposing, though, that we reduce the number of children in the talented and gifted program to match national standards of gifted numbers.
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that we need to be cautious as far as formally identifying those students as true TAG, which is what we have done right now.
So you said we're overrepresented.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, if we had a gifted program, I guess I would understand it, but we had a talented and gifted program that is now becoming a gifted program. And
Okay.
am I right? That's how I see it here.
It's only in the modality in which we're going to be servicing the students. The true TAG kids, the formally identified TAG kids, those that are the 3 to 5% of our population, they will be
Well,
receiving.
wait a minute.
Sorry.
That's gifted, not talented and gifted.
Okay, my apologies. We're calling them the formally identified TAG students. That's the group that those students are in. So those students would be receiving services at least 40 minutes a week for reading and math. The talent development group, the way that we're going to go about this is probably service them within the intervention time periods, which will vary. It's going to become more consistent as we move forward, but we're just trying to get that. It's a bigger group of kids. They won't be specifically identified with their needs. It'll be a larger group project that they'll focus on in the talent development group. Those kids that, though, are identified as the formally identified TAG will be in both groups. So they will be almost receiving services twice as often, which is more than what we're doing now. And one of those times it will be specifically, intensively, just focused on their particular needs.
Okay.
Director Snyder.
I don't have a lot of experience in this area. One, I was never even close to being even considered for a TAG program. But I do know quite a few kids that actually left the TAG program at North High School because they felt that it was not really a TAG program by definition, that it was so easy to get into that the whole idea of it had lost its relevance. And, you know, I don't know if that's just a kid saying, well, I didn't want to do it anymore and coming up with an excuse, but I heard it from so many that I had to just wonder. So I'm kind of glad we had this discussion. And I guess my question would be, in years past, you know, what did it take to get into TAG, say at the high school level versus now?
That is a very good question. And I don't know if I have the right information to answer it right now. I apologize, because the focus is on elementary right now, K-5.
Sure.
And secondary is going to be on my radar eventually, but I wanted to start so that it would be a trickle-up effect as well as the end. So I don't want to speak to that at this time because I really don't think I have the right information to answer your question. But rest assured that this does not stop with K-5.
Director DeFau.
And I would have to say that my concern about and I won't say singular focus, but a focus on assessments and test scores is the same conversation that we had, 2 hours ago, which is, you know, how do you measure student growth and student achievement? And I'll tell you anecdotally, I guess I sat in that woman's seat a few years ago in middle school and was told my child would never be a TAG student because he was 1 point short on a COGAT test. And rather than fight the system at the time, I went, fine, I'll let him skate. And he did, and he was a 4.0 student all through middle school. And, you know, it was a very frustrating experience as a parent, and ultimately, I don't believe that my child received the best educational opportunities that he could have received. So I hear very clearly what that woman was saying tonight, and I can empathize with her for that. You know, we talked at the last Committee of the Whole meeting about lack of opportunity for some students and where they may have the capability or the talent and may even achieve even beyond what a teacher would expect. They're not given the opportunity. And this seems to me in some way to be limiting, because even though we're managing now 2 cohorts, you and I both know that the in-classroom enrichment experience will not be the same and may not inspire that child to achieve beyond what the classroom expectation is. So I just have a lot of mixed opinions. And again, I think it is driven by budget. And that's bothersome to me.
Additional, Director Dickman.
I'll try to be quick here. Obviously, there's a budget problem. It's where it's all stemming from. I'm concerned that it might also be a messaging problem. I can also empathize with the woman that came in and spoke earlier, that it's very frustrating when you're like right at the cutoff, or your child is right at the cutoff. And you know, reading this letter, if I was a parent receiving this letter, that it has been determined that your child's academic needs are being met in the general education classroom, that feels very much like you're being rejected from the TAG program. Whether or not that is true, the way that you're describing it here is that there's different levels, and I feel like if we had gone out with that message, and I don't know if it's too late now, of saying that we've determined that your student would be better served with in-classroom enrichment versus the being pulled out. And so I don't know if you can go backwards on that now, but I just thought I'd throw that opinion out there. I feel that having our TAG program, if we had the resources, that having students be overrepresented would be a bad thing in any way, but resources and budget.
Additional discussion. Director Sherwood, a few minutes ago, you were going to say something.
Well, I'm just wondering, now, this sounds like you've developed this in-house. Has this been vetted by anybody else? Is there a model that you can look to and say that this district or this area is doing a very similar kind of program?
I reached out to a couple people. I did hear back from Pleasant Valley, and they said that they have identified throughout their K-5 the top 3% as TAG, which is, I felt, what was
I'm not talking
in
about
line.
percentages. I'm talking about your methodology.
The methodologies are very similar throughout a lot of research that had been done. We didn't pick from any one piece specifically.
And have we taken the time to run this past Bell and Blanc to see
No,
get
I
their
have
opinion?
not been able to contact them about this specifically, but it is on the to-do list to
I would certainly be interested in their opinion of the structure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Crumwitty.
I've always been really confused about the TAG program for years and the inconsistencies. I was in 6 different elementary buildings, and I saw so many inconsistencies. The reasons why kids are in TAG and the reasons they aren't in TAG. So I appreciate, first of all, you trying to build in some consistency. And I don't know, perhaps it's changed. But, you know, there was pull out and then there was push in, and some schools pushed in and some pulled out. And it was pretty much left up to the TAG teacher to decide. And I don't know if that's the way it is now in the elementaries, but I know in years past it's been very inconsistent. I think there's a lot of reasons why kids went into TAG. Not only the assessments were done, but teacher perception of parents. You know, I had conversations many times with parents, and the parent pressure that would put on because they felt their child was really gifted. So I hope, first of all, the criteria is more standard in the district, and with that, I think that'll bring down the number of kids that we identify, because it hasn't been for years. Now, I can't speak for junior high and high school, but I know in the elementaries,
That's what we're going for.
Anybody else? Yeah, I wanted to say thank you also. I think trying to provide some consistency, although I was surprised that Director Kluhl didn't bring up Lake Wobegon, where all the kids are above average. And, but I think that's, trying to get to 3.5%, I'm going, I understand what that means. But then when I look at what our state says, and our state says, as defined by the Iowa Code, gifted and talented are those identified as possessing outstanding abilities capable of high performance. And these children require appropriate instruction and educational services commensurate with their abilities and needs beyond those provided by the regular school program. And I think there are probably a lot of kids, and it may be 11% of our kids that meet the state definition, even though it appears that we're overrepresented. And so I've been thinking, are there other ways that we can provide this? If we could provide additional resources without having to utilize human resources. There may be other things going on. We had a student board member here a few years ago who was, gosh, I think he was taking something crazy like 20 online AP courses. One of the things that struck me, and again, it was kind of an individual experience, and my kids are long gone. In fact, they're all out of college. But they came in to the Davenport district at 9th grade. And I think my perception was that they were simply not considered because they weren't part of the Davenport district before that. Right. And so we talk about 4th and 5th grades here, and I know you're going to look at other things later, but I think we have students coming from other districts, from other schools, and that maybe it just isn't part of the way that we think about it. I think that the criteria that Director Crumwoody suggested somehow needs to think about those kids too that are coming in from somewhere else. That's all I got. Any other discussion?
Can I add?
Sure, Alyssa.
A couple things. I do want to recognize that Melissa is the tag specialist, but she's also a parent of a daughter that received a letter that said her daughter was exited out of the program. So she understands it at a personal level. And I want to reply with the inconsistencies that have occurred, and that's one of the problems and why we're coming together to figure out, all these buildings are doing different things, and you have to start with parameters. And then you have to have multiple data points. The research is out there. Don't take Iowa assessments. Don't just take COGAT. Have the multiple data points. I don't know for sure because I say I'm the assistant, but really I don't do much. She does it all and does a great job. But something like 7 out of the 11. Yes. Okay. So there's 11 data points that she's not telling you, and you have to meet 7 of them. That's not just focusing on student achievement on a test. There are multiple sources there to identify them. Also, there's a plethora of research out there to say that one of the best ways to help a tag student is subject acceleration or whole grade acceleration, and that wasn't talked about tonight. So you don't necessarily have to have a tag student get pulled out for 40 minutes in a week from a tag teacher. You can provide that service at a very simple way and a very cost-effective way to do subject grade or whole grade acceleration, or compacting classes, as we have now in the middle school. You can take 6th, 7th, 8th, and algebra, all those math classes, compacted. The research is out there on that's a very valid method of helping the tag students. So just helping around.
Thanks a lot, Alyssa, for those clarifications. And I think it looks like the board is ready to finish this conversation. So thank you, Melissa and Alyssa, for that presentation. All right, we'll move on Excuse me? Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Director Sherwood, for pointing that out. The board committee assignments, UEN reps and IASB delegates, generally, I think we've got some time. However, at the next regular meeting, what I'd like to do is the policy committee, I think, has been moving along, and Director DeFau has a plan on how that's going to be moving forward. I think we'll just kind of define that because we have limited people that are going to be available for that. And right now, Jamie is coming on. Eventually, Director Snyder, eventually Director Sherwood will come off, and eventually Director Dickman will come on. The agenda committee is specified by policy. The legislative advocacy committee, I'd like everybody to think about that as we move forward. And then the delegates for the UEN and for the IASB, I think there's some reasonableness to some of that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, by November. So, right, they send the packets. But if we go ahead and just, if you'll indicate any interests or thoughts, and let's go ahead and make that decision at the next regular meeting. All right? Let's see. With that, administrative reports, Superintendent Tate. All right, board reports and requests. By golly, we got several of them.
Mr. President?
Yes, Director Sherwood.
Just a couple of things I want to mention. The person spoke this evening about an issue I helped deal with a couple of weeks ago, or a little over a week ago, about getting a couple of kids back into the buildings. And she said it was 2 weeks in my part of that thing. That wasn't correct. It was more like 4 business days, although that was frustrating for me, and it was longer than I thought it should have been, but it wasn't 2 weeks. I think that she had been involved with it for at least 2 or 3 weeks, and that's probably what she was thinking at the time. So I just want to clarify that. Along with that, though, I do agree with her 100% that we need some system in the district of an ombudsman or some place that everybody knows that they can go to get someone who will advocate for them, and whether that's a kid that's in trouble or a child that's having problems getting from one school to another, there needs to be somebody who does that full time and that can spend the time with parents rather than just hit these hit and miss kind of thing as I experienced with this situation. Second thing I have is because that woman was cut off after 2 minutes, I again reflected on when I first started on the board, and I felt bad that I'd been on city council where there's a 5-minute limitation, and I understand that 5 minutes can be a lot sometimes, but I think 2 minutes is very, very often too little. So I'm asking in one of my requests to bring that discussion back to the board about that time constraint.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any other board reports before I move into requests?
Yes, Mr. President.
Director Crumwitty.
On behalf of the board, I would like to send our condolences to the family of David Uzo. David Uzo was a longtime science teacher at Wood Junior High, and also he started at Smart Junior High, taught in the district for, I believe, 20 years. And he had a stroke several years ago and hasn't been working for about 12 years. But he was an outstanding science teacher in this district. He also did coaching both at Wood Junior High and at Smart Junior High. So our condolences to the Uzo family, especially his wife Linda, and he will be deeply missed.
Thank you. Other reports? Director Snyder.
I just wanted to expand on what Caitlin had talked about earlier and what Katie failed to mention, that Central had 6 girls try out for the All-Iowa Honor Dance Team. 6 is the most that any team in the state can take to auditions. Central took 6 girls, and all 6 made the team, including Katie, which I wish she would have mentioned because that is a huge honor. But really, as a district, West also took 6 kids, and I believe all 6 at West made it. And North took 3 kids. There was 3 that couldn't go after all due to some conflicts, and 2 of the 3 from North made it. That would be 12, which I think by far is an all-time record for the district. So that is a huge, huge honor for those kids.
Thank you. Any additional reports? Director Klool.
Just the District of Distinction thing, and it's too bad everybody's gone, but Parent Extravaganza, almost everybody's gone, sorry. Parent Extravaganza, Dr. Owa's group met out at the Clarion. It was amazing. This is something we're doing to go outside of the school buildings to get parents involved in their kids' education, and it was overflowing. You were there for a while. I don't know if anybody else went, but the numbers of people, parents that were there was just amazing, and the number of men that was there during the daytime was also pretty amazing. And just one little thing that T.J. Schneckloff did during his presentation on working with kids, he gave this example, which just was, I think, great. He said, if you're moving a kid from here to Marcia, you kind of help that child along, but you don't push. And he said, spanking, for instance, is pushing. And some of the parents in the room said, oh, I never thought of it that way. So it was just a great thing that Davenport is doing to try to go beyond the classroom to get parents involved. Because as we all know, until we get parents involved in the education of their kids, what we do is minuscule. So great work on Dr. Owa's part.
Thank you. Any additional reports? All right, we'll move on to board requests. First is Director Sherwood, date 9/22/14, agenda item, discuss the time limit for open forum. Director Sherwood, 9/22/14, agenda item, discuss an ombudsman in the district. Director Klool, 22 September 14th. Information request. Number 1, what medical staff do we have present at football and basketball games? Number 2, what efforts are we taking to preclude concussion injuries to football players at the intermediate and high school levels? Director DeFau and Snyder, date 9/22/14, information request. What is the status on audiovisual and technology equipment which was identified as part of the North High School music expansion that has yet to be installed? Director Snyder and Director DeFau, 9/22/14, information request. Whiteboards at North in the new music edition were supposed to have lines for music notes. How can we get them a whiteboard that was supposed to have been used? Surely there's a place somewhere in the district that could use the current whiteboard that is currently in this room. Director Snyder, 9/22/14, information request. I would like a listing of all paid high school coaching, in parentheses, athletic, as well as